Tradoon. Tradoon. I present to you the top 10 weirdest looking dinosaurs. I want to state the obvious and tell you that I'm going to be butchering the names of these dinosaurs.
Butchering the names of these dinosaurs.
In at number 8, we have the Tradoon. 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 Tradoon.
In 1856, the fossilized teeth of a small dinosaur were discovered in Montana. The species was aptly named Troodon, which means wounding teeth.
Tradoon. Tradoon.
When evolution passed out the stealth gene, Troodons lucked out.
Tradoon. Tradoon.
This drawer contains almost all of the North American identified specimens of Troodon.
Troodon was every inch the predator, with razor-sharp serrated teeth and large, hook-like claws. Troodon probably fed on our ancestors, the early mammals. Troodon may have posed a greater threat to mammals than any other predator on Earth. The Troodon was suddenly cut down in its prime.
Tradoon.
Well, hello, everybody. Welcome back to Paleontologizing. Happy Friday to one and all. We don't normally stream on Fridays, not from the office, but it's... Well, shoot, I've just got 2 more streams until I leave for the field again. Be out there for 3 weeks, and I get some streaming in. So here we are. So good to see everybody. If it's anybody's first time here, allow me to introduce myself real quick. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. You hopefully know already that a paleontologist is a scientist who studies fossils. I work on dinosaur fossils in particular. Dinosaurs are what I study, what I publish on in the scientific literature, and what I dig up during the summers. We'll be doing a lot more of that starting on Wednesday of next week, and I'll be streaming that as often as I can, so stay tuned for that. Anyway, here at the office I'm trying to give you an inside peek into how paleontology works, not just in the field, but also on the more academic side of things too. Today we're going to be looking at least 5 new species of dinosaur that were all published while I was out in the field in Wyoming over the past month and a half, basically. So I'm looking forward to that, and I hope you are too. It's going to be a lot of fun. Who have we got here in the chat? Oh, and thank you, Dire Beast Rex. Good to see you too. Yeah. Let's see. I remember seeing Kodali and Matt M33 before I had to restart OBS. We've got Pomez Zait, Dr. Terminator, Korezi, Marcy Walks Dogs, Packbacker, Rylesy, Lenina, Urania, Alexander Morrison, Mustache Mike, Dorozen, Bush Doctor, Marika, MS Coggins, Swims with Whales, and It Then Did, Helvetica Scenario. So many cool people here. Welcome, welcome. It's good to have all of you. Chaotic Time Traveler, what's shaking with you? We've got Bazzer Jim, Paleo Jim, how are you doing? Jim Kirkland, welcome back. It's good to see you. Having lunch right now? Nice. Jim, are you planning to come out to Doling's Bowl this year? It'd be great to have you, but I understand if you don't plan on it. It's good to see you, Jim. I hope you're feeling a lot better. Gopher Fluffernut and Jedi Mega Man, So Spartan and Crimson Carnothoris. Hello, hello. Yeah. Good to have everybody here. And Jim says end of next week. Phenomenal. Oh, I can't wait. That's gonna be great, Jim. Shoot. I'll be arriving on Tuesday. Gonna jump off the plane, get my car, and then drive on out to the field. Great to see you too, Ash. Yeah, and Kennedy 104. Hello to you, Kennedy. I don't know if you were here for that yesterday, Kennedy, but I got your gift in the mail. Thank you again.
Dinosaurs lived a long time ago. They were terrible lizards, don't you know?
And Majot50. Hey, thank you for the 1,000 bits. Phenomenal. I really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Good stuff. Thank you for the support. Yeah, check that out. This is Kennedy 104 sent this in the mail. This is what they call a burpee pick. And I got to try one of these for the first time this summer in Wyoming back in June. It's apparently peerless when it comes to prospecting. So if you want a good hammer for prospecting, this one is excellent. Yeah, I will not be able to bring it out to Utah this round anyway, because I don't think they'll let me take this on the plane. But I really appreciate it, Kennedy. Holy cow. It will be well used. Thank you again. It's very generous of you. Yeah. But, yeah. Except for dealing with poachers and vandals, I mean, it's more for prospecting. And what's cool is it's actually got some magnets on this side, so you can check whether or not a mineral is ferrous, whether it'll stick to a magnet. That's pretty neat. But yeah, good stuff. It does look nice too. Yeah. And
a real mean kid.
Irish 2626, thank you for the
6-inch
follow.
daggers for teeth.
Appreciate that.
He was
Welcome.
the
How you
terror
doing?
of his neighborhood.
Good to have you here. And Marika937 wants to know, did you already discuss the plant-eating pterosaur news? I did not. No, I've not really had much of an opportunity to look at fossil news in, like, the past month. I've had very limited internet access while out in the field, and then been very busy since then, so... Yeah. But we will be looking at least 5 new species of dinosaur today, if we get to them, and then whatever other pieces of news come up too. There is a paper on sauropod stomach contents. There was one on pterosaurs too. I wonder if that's the same one you're talking about, Marika. But yeah. Anywho, good stuff. Let's go ahead and jump into it, shall we? It's back over here. Nicely. There we go. Beautiful. Well, yeah. One of the things that I try and do on this channel, if you're new here, or if you're new to the office streams, is going over new scientific publications. Whenever we can, we look at the actual scientific papers from the journals and kind of walk you through them. We're going to be trying to do that today with whatever papers are accessible. Not all of them are going to be. Some of them are paywalled. And I don't yet have access to a lot of those. But, yeah, let's jump into this, shall we? Bookmarks aren't working properly for some reason. Give me a second here. There we go. We'll go back a little ways to the day that I left for the field, which was May 26th. We've got a brand new species, sauropod dinosaur, discovered in China. So this is from over a month ago at this point. Holy cow, I've been gone for a long time. Let's go over it. Look at that. We've got a skull which is very rare to have in a sauropod, and it is beautifully well preserved. This reminds me of like maybe Shunnosaurus or Euhelipus, one of those dinosaurs. I think both of those guys have got skulls, but I'm not totally sure. But let's take a look. The newly identified dinosaur species roamed our planet during the Middle Jurassic period, some 165 million years ago. I wonder if it actually is from the Middle Jurassic, because a lot of the so-called Middle Jurassic stuff from China has been recently redated to Late Jurassic. But, let's see. Jin Xuan Long Niedu is the genus and species name for this critter. It's an early diverging member of the group of long-necked, strictly herbivorous quadrupedal dinosaurs called Eusauropoda. So, when we say Eusauropoda here, this is, well, it's a group of derived sauropods. I'll talk about what that means in a second. But Chaotic Time Traveler says, I really appreciate you going over the scientific articles like this. It makes it much easier for me to process and an auditory learn. Yeah. I'm happy to do it. Thank you, Chaotic Time Traveler. So we can find a phylogeny here. There we go. This will work. I think this is from Thomas Holtz, actually. Good stuff. So, when we're talking about dinosaurs and the dinosaur family tree, there, we can use this one. Center on the page properly. Is this an SVG file or something? Anyhow, this is what we call a phylogeny, which is an evolutionary family tree. Here's kind of a loosey-goosey one. It's just showing how these different groups of dinosaurs are related to one another, more or less. So, as far as we know, all dinosaurs originated from a single common ancestor. They all came from the same rootstock, basically. That's why all dinosaurs are dinosaurs, is because they all came from one ancestor like this. Dinosaurs are what we call a clade, so a group of organisms that all came from the same place, the same ancestor, and that ancestor diversified, split, multiple species, more species, until you get a broad diversity of different taxa. So Sauropoda is right here, sauropod dinosaurs. Here's a lovely phylogeny put together by Thomas Holtz. And this actually talks about some of the different characteristics that define each of these groups. These are all clues that, like, shoot, all of these guys are related to one another because they all share these different qualities. So sauropods have got a shortened snout, obligate quadrupedality, metatarsal 5 is weight-bearing. This differentiates sauropods from other sauropodomorphs, so other members of a larger group. But sauropods are more specific to that, and then you get the eusauropods, or true sauropods, if we take that meaning literally. And so this is Mamenchisaurs, this is Cetiosaurs, and all of the Brachiosaurs and Diplodicoids, and all those other critters, Titanosaurs, are all up here in Neosauropoda. So eusauropods are that group there. So understanding kind of the origins of this group is really important. And so having a Middle Jurassic basal eusauropod, this is important stuff. Yeah. Dyson Dinosaur says sauropod evolution is bizarre and mesmerizing. It's really cool, isn't it, Filippo? Holy cow. Yeah. And, oh, do you have a link to this paper, Jim? Nice. There should be another one here. Yeah, scientific reports. So we should have open access to this. Yeah, nice. Anyhow, let's take a look. Due to the global warming event in the late early Jurassic, eusauropods were the only surviving sauropod lineage subsequently. I don't know if we really know that climate change is what caused the demise of the more basal sauropodomorphs, we used to call prosauropods over here. That's critters like, there we go. these are some of the earlier sauropodomorphs, things like Plateosaurus from the Triassic.
Family tree, but are their own unique branch.
Notice how these guys are walking on two legs. This is kind of the first time that dinosaurs got truly gigantic. So again, Plateosaurus, a prosauropod,
Like
early
Plateosaurus,
sauropodomorph dinosaur.
can reach the new, taller food sources.
So you can see how these guys would have evolved from an earlier ancestor like this. Something like Eoraptor. This is very similar to the ancestor of all dinosaurs. So you're going from this bipedal ancestor like this. Different groups are evolving from it, and some of them, like the early sauropodomorphs, like Plateosaurus, they really bulk up, they're getting bigger and heavier, and eventually they get so heavy that they need to walk on all fours. And these guys are kind of on their way to doing that.
Their stomachs can digest the tough conifer needles,
And there you go, Dyson Dinosaur, yeah. I've heard too that
and their sheer volume helps them maintain a higher body temperature day and night.
the forelimbs of these guys are not well adapted for weight bearing, so they were probably obligate bipeds. Plateosaurus. You can see they're trending larger, and you can see they almost want to be quadrupedal.
It's a winning formula that will herald a new age.
Anywho, and there you go, Attila the Monk. Of course, that was narrated by from the Half-Life video game. Morgan Freeman. People on Twitch will recognize him, I'm sure. Anywho. So, those earlier prosauropods, things like Plateosaurus, had disappeared, replaced by bigger eusauropods like this new guy. In the middle and late Jurassic, the non-neosauropod eusauropods became dominant, represented by Shunnosaurus, Omesaurus, and Coromamenchisaurus like taxa. The fossil remains of Jin Xuanlong Niedu, this is our new critter here, were collected from the lower part of the Xinhe Formation near Jincheng City, Gansu Province, northwestern China. The specimen includes a nearly complete skull with mandible. This is almost unheard of in a sauropod dinosaur like this, so really, really important. The skull is often one of the rarest parts of the skeleton for these guys because they tend to have very long necks and very kind of lightweight, strappy skulls. The skulls tend to be fairly delicate. They would fall off after death during decomposition. Maybe they got eaten by scavengers too, but for probably a number of different reasons, the skulls are rarely found on these guys. So having a skull is really important. So they've got a skull with mandible, which that is remarkable in and of itself, but they've also got 5 cervical vertebrae, so 5 vertebrae from the neck. Appressed with the skull? Maybe they mean articulated with the skull. And 29 articulated caudal vertebrae. So they've got most of a tail, it sounds like, too. The skull is approximately 31 centimeters long and 12.5 centimeters tall. That's decent size. So 31 centimeters. That'll show how big that is. 31 centimeters. That's this long. Like, holy cow, that's a decent sized skull right there, you know? It might be kind of small seeming for an animal that's this large, but it's bigger than my skull. And the complete skulls are rare in non-neosauropod eusauropods due to their fragility, the paleontologists wrote. Sauropod skulls in general are very rare. And Most of the cranial sutures are readily visible. Nice. Let's take a look at the paper here, and thank goodness it is not paywalled. This is in the journal Nature Scientific Reports, which happens to be open access, no paywall. So let's take a look. Download PDF. There we go. Here's a link to the paper right there. And there you go.
Access granted.
Excellent. Here we describe a non-neosauropod eusauropod. So that just means it's a eusauropod, but it's not as derived as the neosauropods, things like diplodocus, macronarians, titanosaurs. In the Middle Jurassic Xinhai Formation of Gansu Province, northwestern China. So, yeah, this is going to be probably a pretty simple descriptive paper, just saying, holy cow, look at this gorgeous skull. Here's the information that we can glean from that right now. This is just introducing this dinosaur to the world. New descriptive paper here. Here we've got a diagram with all the different skull bones right here. It looks like, yeah, like they've got most of them. I do wonder what the other side of the skull looks like. It's probably not nearly as pretty. There is a bit of crushing that I can see. Prefrontals, nasals are a bit, like, squashed and distorted. But very pretty, though. It's really nice. And there's the other side. Not quite as pretty, but prettier than I thought it was going to be. That's really nice. Good stuff. Very good. Visibly Upset says, what's the most common dinosaur skull found relatively intact? I hunch it's something in the ceratopsians, because their skulls are substantial things. That's a good question, Visibly Upset. Shoot. Dinosaur whose skulls are most commonly find intact or complete. I would guess it might actually be ankylosaurs. They tend to have very fused up skulls. Here, I'll show you an example, actually. I don't have hard numbers on this, but I suspect that ankylosaurs might be found complete the most often. Here's a beautiful skull of Euoplocephalus, which is a big armored dinosaur, an ankylosaur. Ankylosaurid ankylosaur, in fact. Euoplocephalus. Find you a decent illustration of this critter. There we go. Not too shabby right there. Euoplocephalus. So, one of the reasons why their skulls are frequently found intact, articulated, together, complete, is that the bones in the skull are fused together pretty tightly. It's like a solid helmet of bone, essentially. The name ankylosaur, it's this group of dinosaurs, the ankylosaurs. Ankylosaur means fused lizard.
This is when it really fits.
Sticky Bake 92, thanks for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Fused lizard because I think it's actually a reference to the skull bones, which are fused together pretty tightly. These are heavily armored, very well protected dinosaurs. And the skull is, I think, really kind of hammers that point home. So yeah, if there's any group of dinosaurs where the skull is frequently found still intact, articulated, all together, complete, it might be ankylosaurs. I don't have hard numbers on that, but that would be my guess. Yeah. And Curtis Flesh says Triceratops. So Triceratops skulls are typically not as fused as ankylosaur skulls, at at least not early in ontogeny. I've worked at probably 30 Triceratops sites over the years, something like that. And only a few of them have been... The skulls have been found in articulation. Ceratopsian dinosaurs do tend to disarticulate, like their skulls too, after they die. I have worked on a few trikes. Let's see if I can find you a picture. Should be one on this guy, actually. See if I can find that. Might take a while to get there, but, yeah. Oh, here. Yoshi's trike can provide an example where... This is a specimen that I helped dig up back in 2011. We didn't dig up the skull that year, that was a previous year, but you can see the white parts, the parts that are filled in. Those are the parts that had to be sculpted. And the rest are cast. They're exact replicas of the original bones. But this was disarticulated too. It had all fallen apart, and there are big pieces missing. Sometimes Triceratops skulls do tend, like, they are found complete and, you know, all together. But it's not as common as you would suspect. Yeah, I'm trying to go back and find that picture from when I was in Ekalaka in 2012. Must have passed it. Let's see here. And thank you, United Dwarf, for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. And where's that throwback picture from when I was in Ekalaka in 2012? Oh, here's another Triceratops site that I worked at. This was the Cliffhanger trike site. Those are the brow horns right there. And there's me working this would have been 2013. But yeah, that was also disarticulated. The horns are still together, but the rest of the skull has fallen apart. Yeah, I'm not sure I've got the... Oh, there it is. There we go. So here's a Triceratops skull. I don't know if this site actually has a name, but this is one that was collected back in like the 1960s or 70s near Ekalaka, Montana. And here I am helping to prep this back in 2012. This is in an off-site storage facility in Ekalaka, Montana. This is Triceratops prorsus. You can tell by the big nasal horn right there. So this is from the upper Hell Creek. Really broad bases to the brow horns here. And this was pretty much all together. There's a few pieces that had eroded away or fallen off, but this skull was preserved intact. Like, it was buried all in one piece. And that's kind of the way that it stayed for 66 million years. So, yeah. Anywho, I would still say that ankylosaurs... I think their skulls tend to disarticulate less than even ceratopsids. So I think if you're going to find a dinosaur whose skull is intact, I think ankylosaurs probably do that more than just about anybody else. Even more than pachycephalosaurs. So yeah, there you go. Anyhow. And F. Tippin says, aren't ankies found upside down and that would help protect the skull? Sometimes, but not always. Yeah. With any luck, I'll be working at an ankylosaur site in September, and I'll get to show you how that works. I think those are pretty disarticulated, though. Like, that was a spot where a bunch of Gastonia all died, and then fell apart. I'm not sure if the skulls fell apart, too. We'll have to see. Yeah. But they're not always found upside down, F-Tippin. Certainly not. There's photos of ankylosaurs from, like, Mongolia that are right side up. Thing. Show you an example. Here. Let's see. Monodontians, Machosaurs, Pachycephalosaurs. There we go. Nodosaurids and Ankylosaurids. There we go. Take a look at that. This is crazy. I mean, just look at that right there. So this is Seychania. The skull and partial skeleton of Seychania are gradually exposed during excavations at Kulsan in the Gobi Desert, undertaken by the 1971 Polish-Mongolian Paleontological Expedition. So, pretty crazy. It looks like, you know... So there's the skull, there's the eye socket, there's the beak right there. This is a relative of Euoplocephalus, like we were just talking about. And just look at it there in the ground. Isn't that crazy? Just nuts. Just nuts. So yeah, Ankylosaurs, not always found upside down. Certainly not. Skulls and associated skeletons, truly an amazing sight. Yeah, Jim, I can't wait to hopefully go to Laurie's site this year. I emailed Josh Lively about that. So we'll see when he gets back to me. But now that Walking with Dinosaurs is finally out and the press embargo is finally over, I should be able to go to the site and live stream from it. And it was Seychania, comes in Carnotaurus, Seychania. Anywho, yeah. Anywho, yeah. And Digital Dex says, what do you think of the Denver dinosaur discovery? We were talking about this yesterday. That's a neat novelty thing that they found part of a dinosaur bone in, like, a core sample. But, yeah. Them only going after part of it. Digital Deck, the thing is 763 feet underground. And it's in their parking lot. They would have to knock down the museum and destroy a large part of downtown Denver, Colorado in order to get that thing excavated. They've got plenty of other dinosaurs in Colorado that are much more easily accessible than that, so yeah. Anywho, yeah. Yeah. And F. Tippin says, any thoughts on the latest Walking with Dinosaurs? I haven't actually seen it yet. But I've heard bad things. I don't know, I can't offer a strong opinion on it in any direction until I actually see it, but I haven't been super eager to because I've heard kind of lousy stuff about it. So we'll see. We'll see. Anywho, yeah. Let's get back to our new Mamenchisaur here. Check out this skull. Holy cow. Yeah. There's a view of the skull from the front, so you can tell there's some crushing going on. But this is, I guess, that juncture between the two premaxillae. So these bones here at the front. You can see those right here. Yeah, PM, those are the premaxillae. So they've got some crushing going on, but it's otherwise really well preserved. This is really beautiful, especially for a sauropod skull. Holy cow. So lots of details on the different bones. And there are different morphologies here. We're not going to go into detail on those. Holy cow, this is just really cool to see. There's the lower jaw right there. There's those teeth. They remind me of like Camarasaurus teeth. Almost spoon-shaped. Yeah. Really cool. Yeah. check out that tail. This is so cool. It reminds me of, like, Dinosaur National Monument. But CDN Kaiju, thank you for the follow. Thanks for dropping in there. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Check that out. I wonder if they actually have the last caudal vert there. Doesn't quite look like it, but yeah. All of these tailbones in articulation like that, gorgeous. There's so many incredible dinosaur fossil sites in China. It's astonishing. Really cool that they included this figure in the paper too. That photo that's impressive. And there we have it there on the phylogeny. This is another one of those family trees like we were talking about earlier. An evolutionary family tree. Like this one, but you can get really granular with them. You can put just individual species or even individual specimens on a phylogeny like this. And that's what they've got here. So most of these are different genera, sometimes genera and species. But then a few of these are just specimens that have not been named yet. Which is cool that they're able to include those in their matrix. So anyway, we'll be talking a little bit more about phylogeny, hopefully, when we're in the field in Utah in the coming weeks. I'd like to do a special stream with Karen Poole about phylogeny, because that's one of the things that she works on for ornithischian dinosaurs, for ornithopods in particular. I think it would be really cool to do like a kind of a whiteboard presentation with Karen about that. I think that would be really neat. Yeah. But yeah. Can't lose it. Yeah, Dyson Dinosaur. Yeah, it'll be neat. Oh, by the way, that makes me want to look at holding whiteboard. Oh boy, those are pricey. I had a whiteboard around here somewhere. I don't know. Figure something out. But yeah. And Carvo Pele says, if you had to make a wild guess, how many dinosaur species still remain undiscovered? That's a really good question. I'd say the majority, probably the vast majority of dinosaur species that ever lived during the Mesozoic still remain undiscovered. There have been like between 1 and 2,000 different species of dinosaur that have been named thus far, depending on how you count them. A lot of these are not going to be valid. So this one, Abdallosaurus, is a nomen nudum. It's a synonym of giraffe and titan. There's a lot of them that'll have notes like this. Echinosaurus is found to be a piece of petrified wood. Back in the early days of vertebrate paleontology, there were a lot of mistakes like that. That sort of thing shouldn't happen nowadays. But, yeah. Take a look. This is just the A's right here. These are different dinosaur genera, and some of these have multiple species within them. Some of them, not most of them. But there's an awful lot. There's the A's, there's the B's, the C's, the D's. There are literally about 2,000 different dinosaur genera that have been named. Again, some of them have multiple species in them. It's a lot. And this is just a fraction of the number of dinosaur species that would have lived during the 175 plus million years of the dinosaurs' reign. I actually did a presentation on this at SVP last year. Let's see if I can find that. SVP 2024. Case of Dinosaur Discovery. Here we go. this was my poster that I presented at the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology meeting on the pace of dinosaur discovery over the past decade. So from 2024 back to 2015, there were 381 new dinosaur genera or species that were published. 381. 38.1 new taxa per year on average. That's one new taxon for every 9.58 days, which is kind of crazy. We're finding new dinosaurs all the time, and we're publishing them all the time. Again, just to reiterate, that's what we're doing on today's stream, is looking at the at least 5 new dinosaurs that were published while I was out in the field in Wyoming. That's more than one per week, which is impressive. Yeah. So yeah. Dexy says that's way more than I would have thought. Yeah. You know, we do a lot. Dinosaur paleontologists. This is the diagram that I put together, like a little infographic. These different dinosaurs, each one of these was named in this year, so this is what, Probrachylophosaurus, I think, was named in 2015. The heights of the different bars indicate the number of dinosaur species, or in this case, yeah, species and genera that were named in each year. 2024 had, I think by the end, 43, 44. This year, 2025, we've got, thus far, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27. 27 new dinosaurs just published this year. Pint and Click, thank you for the raid. Welcome to Paleontologizing. How are you? Like point and click, but Pint instead. Welcome. It's good to have you here. Shoot.
Look, you don't have time to put dinosaurs in your dinosaur movie.
And Abella, A55 Bella, how are you doing? Hello, welcome to Paleontology. How did you too, Pint and Click? Thank you so much for the raid. I hope you had an excellent stream. Welcome to Paleontologizing. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. Thank you, Faintest of Hearts, for the follow. And I stream paleontology here on Twitch. I just got back from the field a little while ago.
If dinosaurs had not died, I imagine the mammals would still be small creatures
Thank you, Pint
like this living in the nooks and crannies of their world, and we wouldn't be here.
True. I'll be out digging dinosaurs again next Wednesday, and we'll be streaming that for 3 weeks in Utah. So stay tuned for that. It's going to be a ton of fun. But, yeah. In fact, since we've got so many cool new people here from Pint and Click's raid, I love a raid that's not super big, but, like, everybody says hello. That's awesome. Sometimes you'll get a great big raid, like 500 people come in, and no one even says anything. Are these all bots? What's going on? It's not true for you, Pint and Click. You've got a good group of folks there, it seems like. Thank you for bringing them here. I appreciate it. Without further ado, play a quick little welcome video for you. In fact, hold on, goodness. Courtesy of our good friend, previously recorded Danny, who's going to tell you a little bit about who I am, what this channel is all about, what you can expect here. So yeah, for all the new folks and some of the old folks too, I'm going to leave you briefly in the very capable hands of previously recorded Danny. Go ahead and take it away. Well, thanks, present day Danny. Well, if you happen to be new around here, then welcome to Paleontologizing. You may well be wondering to yourself, well, if this is Twitch, then where are the video games? I'm gonna level with you here. I don't really do much in the way of video games. I'm a paleontologist. My name is Danny Anduza, and dinosaurs are my area of study. But how in the world does a paleontologist end up on Twitch? Well, you're about to find out. When I finished high school, I moved to Montana and immediately started work at the Museum of the Rockies, which at the time was an unparalleled powerhouse of paleobiology. That program was built by this guy.
Famed paleontologist Alan Grant.
Well, kind of.
You consulted on that movie.
I did consult on all those movies.
And they said that the guy Alan Grant was you.
Yes. Yeah, well, fortunately, he didn't get eaten.
Meet Jack Horner, the real-life Alan Grant. He's one of the most prominent and controversial paleontologists in the country, a dyslexic MacArthur Foundation genius who never finished college and who says he doesn't care why dinosaurs went extinct. To him, the important part is how they lived.
It was at Museum of the Rockies, under the auspices of Jack Horner, that I learned how to be a dinosaur paleontologist. And a huge part of that I learned by working with Jack's final graduate student, a guy by the name of Denver Fowler, who would later go on to become curator of the Badlands Dinosaur Museum. Working with Denver, I did summer after summer of fieldwork in the remote Badlands of Montana. Together, we dug up more dinosaurs than we knew what to do with, at fossil sites numbering in the hundreds. In 2012, I discovered a new species of ceratopsian dinosaur, hopefully soon to be published. The next year, we excavated the world's smallest and youngest Tyrannosaurus rex. Then, we dug up a brand new ankylosaur.
Montana's news leader.
5 paleontologists are excavating what looks to likely be a new species of armored dinosaur.
So we found its head, we found parts of its armor and plates, and so it should be a new species.
Not bad, right? Well, anyway, much like my fieldwork, my research also focuses on dinosaurs. For example, here's Triarchunkus, the last of the Alvarezsaurs, just published in July of 2020. One of my current projects focuses on Spinosaurids. I can't really talk too much about that until it's a little bit closer to publication, so stay tuned for that. Anyway, let's get back to how I ended up on Twitch. A couple years ago, things in Montana were declining rapidly, so I picked up and moved on to greener pastures. I'm so glad I did. And with that new perspective, I also realized that I have very little patience with the soul-crushing bureaucracy within academia. So for the time being anyway, I decided to take my career in a slightly different direction. I got hired for a job in early childhood education. As a teacher, I get to have a positive impact on kids' lives and help them find a passion for science. Then, when COVID-19 showed up, the school had to close. But that didn't stop the teaching or the learning. We just moved online.
All right, friends. So we're going to be looking at a book in a little bit, but I thought we'd start off with a song. 3, 2, 1. Oh, give me a home
where the hadrosaurs roamed, where triceratops bellowed and grazed, where erosion uncovers bones we seek to discover, for to strike the whole world amazed. Home on the range, where the deer and the antelope play, where sails on his beard a discouraging word, and the skies are not cloudy all day. It was a pretty easy jump from teaching online to streaming on Twitch. I had my first broadcast in May, and I've been on here ever since. Now, I believe pretty strongly that any good scientist should also be a public servant. In my opinion, talking to everyday people about her science is one of the most important things that a researcher can do. I now have a golden opportunity to reach out directly to people where they are. This is what I'm all about, and now, thanks to Twitch, I get to share it with you. And I'm so happy to be able to do so. my intention to continue this mission of education by answering your questions, providing good science content, and working to grow this channel. And if you could help by following, or if you could afford it by subscribing, I would be deeply grateful. So anyway, to my regular viewers, thank you again for sitting through this. To everybody who's new, welcome. I'm genuinely, earnestly glad that you're here. And I hope you stick around. We've got a remarkable little community here, and I'd be delighted if you join us. Anyway, let's go ahead and get back into it. So, present day Danny, back to you. Thank you very much, previously recorded Danny. And of course, thank you even more to Pint and Click and Raiders for coming in here. Welcome. Let me know if you got any questions, huh? We were just going over a brand new dinosaur, one of hopefully more than 5 that we'll be covering today. They were published while I was away in Wyoming. She Snaps, thanks for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you. Yeah. That was awesome. Thanks, Pint and Click. Appreciate that. Good stuff. Before I forget, let's do a quick post to social media or yeah, here. Here we go. Screenshots.
Really spectacular.
And Lenina, thank you for gifting Pint and Click. I appreciate that, Lenina. Thank you, kind.
The Lenina gifted a tier 1 sub to Pinton Click. They have given 429 gift subs in the channel.
Holy cow, Lenina, that is phenomenal, and I appreciate you. Getting closer to our sub goal for the week as well. Excellent. Okay. Let's go ahead and post this real fast. There we are. There's at least 5. New dinosaur genera that were published while I was out doing fieldwork in Wyoming. So we're covering each one on today's Twitch stream. Come join us as we meet Jin Chuan Lung, who are our other ones? Let's see here. And I don't think it's this one. Paletta is another one. Raptor, I think? No, we already covered that one. That was a while ago. Enigma Cursor. Stigmasaura, I think. And then there was that Tyrannosaur as well. What's that one called? Odd that we're not seeing it here. There we go. Konkulu. twitch.tv/paleontologizing. Looks like it works. Okay. With 3D printed Apatosaurus femur and Allosaurus skull in the background, along with various framed prints from scientific papers. That's good enough. Paleontologizing. Alright, we ready?
Hold on to your butts.
Posted. Excellent. Yeah. Oh, and very nice. A Paleosaurus is also described. So we've got 6 of them, that Dyson dinosaur. Phenomenal. Yeah. Good stuff. Good stuff. Beautiful. And here's a link to that post. There we go. Beautiful. Thank you for the engagement there, Lenina, and 13 others already. Holy cow. Good stuff. Oh, no, it was from yesterday. Anyhow. Yeah, we were looking at this paper for this new critter. Holy cow, that skull. Jin Xuan Long. So it's coming out here kind of basal to Neosauropoda here. So it's a non-Neosauropodin Eusauropodin. Cool. The partial skeleton collected from the Middle Jurassic Xinhe Formation of Gansu Province, northwestern China, represents a new taxon of non-Neosauropod Eusauropod, which we name Jinshuanlung Niedu. Jinshuanlung enriches the diversity of the early diverging sauropods, provides additional information to help understand the evolutionary history of sauropods in northwestern China. So this animal would have been similar to Mamenchisaurus, which is a dinosaur that doesn't get as much attention as it should, I think. Supremely cool animal. I think we've got some clips of it in...
It's just...
There we go. This is from 1995, so forgive the goofy CG animation. This is not Mamenchisaurus. There we go.
China. We go back. Back in time. Named for Mamenchi.
And so this is, it looks like the skull of Nemegtosaurus who's on there. Or, maybe not Nemegtosaurus, but, Casitosaurus? Yeah. There we go. I think that is a Casitosaurus skull there.
In Sichuan province, this is among the strangest beasts in the cabinet of creation.
That neck just keeps going.
Its
Look at this.
13-meter neck surpasses that of any known animal, including other giant sauropod dinosaurs.
Nuts. It just keeps going. Look at that. Like, we're gonna cut away.
150 million years ago, species such as Diplodocus and Camarasaurus attained giant size. Late Jurassic times brought the longest period of stable climate in Earth's history.
I don't know if that's true. Climate wasn't
Prolonged
particularly
stability nurtured many huge plant-eating sauropods. Brachiosaurus, for example. and Apatosaurus. Long-necked sauropods have modern counterparts. Giraffes pluck
Yeah, so giraffes are different, though. These guys are...
leaves from tall trees without competition. But Mamenchisaurus, grazing on leaves 150 million years ago, was unlike any known sauropod. Its 13-meter neck made it very, very different. First hints of the animal came in the 1950s. In 1987, the Canadian Museum of Nature's Dr. Dale Russell was associated with the discovery of a giant, nearly complete neck.
I'll see you later, Dyson Dinosaur. Thanks for being here.
I realized it was a very strange dinosaur because the neck was longer than the body and the tail combined. So it was difficult to believe that it all belonged in one skeleton, but it had been found in central China in the province of Sichuan, complete in our articulation, so we knew the specimen was complete. I had never seen a dinosaur that strange in my life, and I marveled that a creature that peculiar had ever been found.
Pretty nuts.
Russell is a principal scientist in the Dinosaur Project, an ongoing Chinese and Canadian venture which has unearthed wonders in both countries. But Mamenchisaurus is among the most magnificent, the strangest of all.
Pretty cool.
There are many different kinds of long-necked dinosaurs, and many scientists feel that the primary use of the neck in these animals was so that they could raise the head up high into the branches of trees and be able to browse in leaves. I think that there are some dinosaurs that clearly could eat that way, but I disagree that that model would apply in this case. It is apparent from looking at the detailed structure of the neck that the most natural pose for the neck was nearly horizontally across the ground in front of the animal.
Yeah, so this is kind of an ongoing debate in sauropod science. But, there we go. There's the illustration I was trying to find. Mamenchisaurs like this, they did have stupendously long necks, and whether they're primarily for browsing at the tops of trees, or they were used for browsing almost at ground level, that's still a matter of debate. Rainstorm First says, how long of a neck do you want? Yes. That's essentially what these guys did, you know? Truly impressive. Yeah. Anywho, yeah. And Care Dorian had a question. I wonder, do we have to know a bit about each different type of dinosaur in different era to understand, or can we be ultimate knowledge? I'm not sure I understand your question, K. Dorian. There's no required level of knowledge for watching these streams here. We've got professional paleontologists in the chat right now, and we've got people who might not know a Kentrosaurus from a Centrosaurus. Paleontologizing live streams are supposed to be for everybody, regardless of your level of expertise. So yeah, I'm just glad you're here. And Raziel Ball,
the bone
how
wall
flat?
is so thin, it's about the same dimension as the wall of a dirter.
Ahoy,
A dirter is
Captain
one of those
Dinosaur
things you get at
Bones.
the end of the paper
If you
towels,
steal
the
a
cardboard
Tesla,
thing in the middle,
is
you
it
go
then
dirter.
considered an
Well, that's
edison?
what this thing is like.
Raziel Ball, thank you so much for the 9 months of support. Why would you want to steal a Tesla?
Dirter.
Anyway, thank you for the 9 months of support. 12 months of support? Whatever it is, I appreciate it. Thanks for keeping me here on the air. Appreciate you. And Sir Kuehl says, I'm utterly clueless, but love these streams nonetheless. I mean... Hang on a second. Shark Geek, thank you for the raid. Welcome to Paleontologizing. How are you?
Raiders are about to get flattened by dinosaur content.
Shark Geek, Mita, Monkey, Wheels. How are you all doing? It is wonderful to have you here.
Let's protect our fossils, because
And
if they're
Legido92.
removed, America loses them
forever.
Thank you for the prime. I really appreciate that. It's good to have you here. Thanks for the support.
The infant, the adult.
And Chaotic Time Traveler, thank you for those 23 months of support.
Ontogeny.
Spectacular. Really appreciate that. Good stuff. Holy cow. Anywho, we're going over for Shark Geek and those Raiders coming in. Oh, shoot, if you're new, my name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. I study dinosaurs, I publish on them in the scientific literature, and I dig up dinosaurs during the summers. I'm spending a brief few days here at home in the San Francisco Bay Area before I go back out to the field. By next Wednesday, we're going to be digging up dinosaurs in Utah, and I'll be streaming it. So stay tuned. We're going to be working at Doling's Bowl in the earliest Cretaceous Cedar Mountain Formation. We've got a quarry that's yielding the bones of a bunch of iguanodont dinosaurs. We might have 2 new species of iguanodont in that quarry, actually, which is exciting. Anywho, but on today's stream, we're catching up on some of the different dinosaurs that were,
a long time ago. They were terrible lizards.
Rothgar, thank you for the 1,000 bits.
If you are new here, Danny rocks and finds bones when he does.
Thank you, Rothgar, for the kind words and for those 1,000 bits. Really appreciate that. Excellent. What was I saying? Oh yeah, we're covering 5, possibly 6 new dinosaurs that were published while I was in Wyoming, doing field work, things that I missed back then. So we just went over Jingxuanlong, which is this dinosaur here. We've already got illustrations of it. Thank you, Marcy Watchdogs, for the 100 bits.
Dino hype. Always a good time in these streams.
I appreciate
Less than
that,
3.
Marcy. Thank you. We've got a hype train going, by the way. 4 minutes to try and get to a level 2. Excellent. And Puggo Wuggo says Cedar Mountain, like the place where Utahraptor was found? Absolutely, Puggo Wuggo. We're going to be digging with and streaming with the discoverer and namer of Utahraptor. That's Utah State paleontologist Jim Kirkland. Is going to be in the quarry with us, it sounds like. So, good stuff. Yeah. Many of you are already familiar with Papa Jim, as we call him, but if you're not, oh man, you're in for a treat. And Shirt Geek says, awesome, was checking in on that dig when you were streaming. Can't wait to learn more about the species. Oh yeah, no, it's gonna be great. Yeah. And yeah, Puggo, the Jim Kirkland, absolutely. Dude, last year we were on the front page doing a special stream with Jim. There we go. Utahraptor. Hang on, Nerduino, 26 months of support. Thank you, Nerduino.
Ontogeny.
That is excellent. Really appreciate that, Nerduino. 26 months is impressive. If anybody's not yet following Nerduino, you're missing out. We raided in yesterday, but former NASA scientist, current science communicator. The streams are really cool. Check them out. Here's Papa Jim here. First time here? Welcome to Paleontologizing. Dude, in a couple. Yeah.
You got to interview.
Oh yeah.
Him about Argentina.
Yeah. Matt Lamana. Yeah. Yeah. It's gonna be cool. It's gonna be cool. Yeah. Anyway, we've got a really, really special stream for you today because this is an absolutely unique specimen here, collection of specimens. It's hard to find the words for this just because there is nothing else like it. Jim, do you want to tell us a little bit about this? What makes this so special?
We call it the Utahraptor megablock.
Yeah.
For a short 2-word explanation.
Ontogeny.
But yeah, it's we have interpreted this as being formed by quicksand. Basically, I was on.
Anyway, so we go over this whole block, look at all of these different bones in there. It's incredible stuff.
You know, and here's the back of the upper pelvic bone.
So again, check out this VOD if you're interested in Utahraptor. It is good stuff.
Here's another animal where you can see there's been a fracture. But this part of the skull, you see all the ribs coming off of this rib right here. We have a coracoid and a scapula. So the scapula goes all the way to here, all the way over to here. Jeez. And this is probably from this animal. I would expect it could be a big adult. Yeah. We don't know that part of these animals real well.
Yeah.
But it's way more primitive than birds and in velociraptorines.
Weird. That's so
cool. It really is. It's way more primitive.
Anyway, good stuff. So we'll be. It sounds like Jim is going to be out there in the field with us, which is really exciting. So good stuff. Yeah. So anywho, welcome to the world, Jing Xuan Long. This dinosaur that we were talking about today, and this is. Yeah, let me try Google Images. There we go. It's a little bit better. Not the biggest sauropod dinosaur, but a very cool one nonetheless. And it's so neat that we've got a decent skull from this critter. There's a lovely illustration there, too. Good stuff. Again, this animal was just named, like, a month ago. Just published. And already we've got a bunch of people producing art of it. Sort of thing makes me smile. I like that a lot. That's pretty neat. That's pretty neat. Anyhow, one down, 4 to go. Anyhow, and Carva says, could a long neck like that have a defensive purpose? Probably. I wouldn't think it would have evolved for defensive purposes. I suppose it's possible, but having a really, really long throat doesn't necessarily protect your trachea or esophagus or anything, you know? Anything that might make you more vulnerable. I suspect that these guys, their neck would have helped them with feeding. So being able to acquire food by either reaching up into the treetops or being able to just stand in one place and crane your neck from side to side to eat vegetation in a big wide swath like that very efficiently. That's probably what that neck evolved for. Maybe it would have been used for other purposes too. There's all kinds of speculative depictions of sauropod dinosaurs, doing stuff like this.
The Titanosaur's immense necks are supported by an ultra-lightweight, air-filled skeleton.
Maybe they did have some sort of display apparatus on there too. A series of bellows
that inflate bizarre gular air sacs. Those males with the most impressive displays will attract the most females.
See, these are titanosaurs from way later in the Cretaceous period. This is speculative. We don't know if they actually had inflatable gular air sacs like that.
White with dust, has held the center stage for 2 weeks. He weighs nearly 50 tons.
Jeez, it's heavy. But most of you in chat don't weigh anything close to that. I don't.
And his display has, so far, intimidated all challengers.
And Starmus says, is the speculation of air sacs based on any research or just vibes? We know that they did have air sacs interior, so they would have had what we call pneumatic diverticulae. So the skeletons of these animals are all shot through with air. So everything that you see in here that's blue, any shade of blue, is air. So in their neck vertebrae, they've got these big hollow spaces that would have been filled with air, and that would have connected up to the air sacs and to the lungs in the torso. So we know that they're full of air. It's just whether or not they actually have anything on their exterior that inflates. We don't know that. It's speculative, but there are other dinosaurs that we do know have that. For instance, these guys. These are prairie chickens, which are kind of theropod dinosaur, and they have inflatable air sacs on their necks. They actually have a surprising number of similarities with sauropods in their kind of vertebral anatomy like that. So we do know that modern dinosaurs do this. Maybe extinct dinosaurs like sauropods would have done that too. It's not the craziest speculation around. In fact, I think it's pretty plausible, honestly. Yeah, frigate birds have that too. Yeah, a number of seabirds do, Charlie's Dragon. Yeah. And Ace SP says, didn't one person think that sauropods had gills? I'm not sure about that. Yeah. And that Life is Yours says, how do these birds blow up those sacs? It's through their neck. So just like those sauropod dinosaurs, their neck vertebrae are hollow. They have air-filled spaces in their neck bones that's hooked up to their lungs and to their air sacs and the rest of their body. And so they can use that to puff out those pouches, those air sacs on their necks. So again, not too difficult to imagine a sauropod dinosaur like this doing the same thing. All the blue that you see along the neck, that light blue, those are air spaces in the vertebrae. Does that make sense? Yeah. And Tarbosaur, I'm not aware of that, Crimson Carnotaurus, no. Huh. Yeah. Anyhow. Yeah. Cool stuff. So anywho, I think with that, we'll move on from this paper to another one. And what were their predators, says Caradorian. So for dinosaurs like our new guy, Jin Xuan Lung, this guy is from which formation again? So there would be predatory dinosaurs like, I think like Gasosaurus, Matriacanthus.
I didn't know what dinosaurs was all about until these boys come.
The Shinhei formation. There we go.
All.
And thank you, Mikey Lex, for the 51 months of support. Holy cow. Oh, I appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Thank you kindly, Mikey Lex. 51 months is a long time. Thank you, thank you. So there would have been big theropod dinosaurs that would have coexisted with our dinosaur here. Gasosaurus is not from the same exact time and place, but it's close. It's also from the Middle Jurassic of China. So there's an illustration of what it might have looked like. It's not the biggest theropod. It's probably a juvenile, I would suspect. I'm not necessarily convinced that our new sauropod is an adult either. But, yeah. So, the big predatory animals in this environment would have been big bipedal theropods like this, basically. Yeah. And Gasosaurus. Exactly, science streams. Yeah, Gasosaurus. I think it's named after the fossil fuel, actually. I'm pretty sure, like, there was, it was something like its discovery was tied into exploration for natural gas or gasoline or something like that. Yeah, the name Gasosaurus is derived from the English gasoline and the Greek saurus. Yeah. Anyhow. Excuse me. Yeah. Not all dinosaur names are super arcane and difficult to pronounce. Some of them are almost amusingly simple, like Gasosaurus, named after gas. It's the gas lizard, Gasosaurus. Yeah. Sinclair should change their logo, says Diatoms Tech. There you go. Yeah. Anyway, let's move on to our next new dinosaur, which is a hadrosaur, a duckbill. It's dinosaur 2 of 5 that we'll cover today. Paleontologists have identified a new genus and species of small Lambeosaurine hadrosaurid from 2 fossilized jaws found in Morocco. Oh, well, well. Until recently, we didn't think that there were duckbill dinosaurs on the continent of Africa. And now we've got 2 that I'm aware of. Toleta is what it's called. In what is now Morocco during the late Cretaceous, approximately 66 million years ago. Okay, it's Nick Longrich, whom I've worked with in the field. He was out with us in 2023 in Wyoming. Nick says the Cretaceous period saw the final stages of the breakup of the supercontinent Pangaea and high eustatic sea levels, said University of Bath paleontologist Nick Longrich and his colleagues from Spain, France, and Morocco. As a result, Earth's land masses were fragmented to form a series of isolated island continents, leading to the evolution of distinct dinosaur faunas in different parts of the world. Asia and North America were dominated by hadrosaurid and ceratopsian ornithischians, and tyrannosaurid theropods reigned as top predators. In the southern hemisphere, titanosaurian sauropods were the dominant herbivores, and abelosaurid theropods dominated as predators. Although isolation played an important role in driving biogeographic patterns, it is increasingly clear that the dispersal played an important role, especially towards the end of the Cretaceous. The 2 associated jaws of Toleta were found in the uppermost Maastrichtian phosphates of Morocco. Phosphates of the Oulad Abdoun Basin, located in central Morocco, consist of a series of phosphatic sands, marls, and limestones laid down in a shallow marine environment at a time when the North Atlantic extended inland to cover much of Morocco, the paleontologist said. Spanned the Maastrichtian, so to the early Eocene. So there's our new critter, Toleta. We've also got Mincaria and Adniabia. Forgot about that critter. Yeah. So what's cool is that these guys actually make it into northern Africa at the end of the Cretaceous period. They weren't there before, but they end up there. Let's take a look at what Earth looked like around this time. 66 million years ago. North America, we should actually still have the intercontinental seaway right there, the Western Interior Sea. South America had not yet linked up with North America here. And here is Africa. So that's Morocco right there, right? So yeah, much of Morocco is still covered by ocean at this point. It's Morocco, right? Yeah, there we go, Morocco. I had it right. Morocco. At the time, England was an archipelago of... Europe, excuse me, was an archipelago of islands. In kind of a warm, semi-tropical sea up here. So sea levels rose and fell throughout throughout Earth history, but especially like in the late Cretaceous, sea level does some really interesting things. It goes up, it goes down. These islands get big, they get small, certain islands get inundated. But this shows that hadrosaurs, duckbill dinosaurs, which are really common, widespread in North America and across the land bridge in Asia and in Europe, they're starting to make it down into Africa at this point too, at the end of the Cretaceous. They didn't really have a chance to kind of take over that continent because not too long after this, a huge asteroid struck the Gulf of Mexico right there and marked the end of the Cretaceous period and the end of all the non-bird dinosaurs and a whole host of other creatures. Something like 80% of species on Earth died out at the time. Something like that. So those hadrosaurs started to make it down into Africa, and they never really had a chance to spread further than they did, because, wow, here comes a giant rock from outer space to mess everything up. Yeah. Well, yeah, there we go. Huh. And this is interesting. So we've already got 2 hadrosaurs that have been found in Morocco. Ajnabia and Mincaria, and now Teleta. So remarkably, this specimen cannot be referred to either Ajnabia or Mincaria. Instead, it represents a 3rd genus and species. Interesting. We'll take a look at the paper, if we can. Oh, maybe we can't. Gondwana researchers probably paywall.
You're not doing so badly yourself for a paleontologist.
Well, I appreciate that, Fairy Pez. Thanks for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. The striking variation in jaw and tooth morphology seen in African Arenisaurans, it's a subgroup of hadrosaurs, suggests a dispersal-driven adaptive radiation, with Lambeosaurians rapidly diversifying to occupy new niches following dispersal from Europe into North Africa, they concluded. So, we might not be able to take a look at the paper because it is paywalled, unfortunately.
Access denied.
Oh well. But, yeah. Still cool, though. Interesting that we've got 3 different specimens of duckbill dinosaur from this time period in Morocco, and they've been assigned to 3 different species. 3 different genera, in fact. I can't look at the paper right now, so I can't really offer an opinion on that, but, interesting. If they're from different horizons, that would make a lot more sense, but if you're supposed to have 3 different species of small hadrosaur all living at the same time and place, and you only have 3 specimens ever discovered and they happen to be 3 different species, that's just a little, little fishy. Yeah. Anyhow. And Starmy, here's the link to the paper right there. Journal of Gondwana Research, which is a small-time journal. It's an Elsevier journal. A lot of those tend to be paywalled. A 3rd species of Arenisaurin, also from the uppermost Maastrichtian phosphates of Morocco. So, yeah, these are all supposed to be from the same horizon, I guess, or maybe they don't even have stratigraphic data on these because this is probably a commercial specimen. I'm guessing this is something that some people dug up in Morocco and then sold? That's where most fossils from Morocco that's how they get excavated, is usually by, like, people looking to sell them. And so there might not even be good data on where stratigraphically this thing came from. No formal formations or units have been designated. Yeah, so they probably don't even have good strat data on this. Frustrating. Anyway, but there is a concept here that I want to talk about. And that's the idea of adaptive radiation. We talked about this recently, but I want to go over it again for any new folks. And how shall I send it to you? You can email it to paleontologizing@gmail.com, Starmy, if you want to. Yeah. Oh, and Jim, we can cover that one next. Yeah, here, let me open up that PDF. Excellent. Thank you, Jim. And they're all latest Maastrichtians, says Jim. Yeah, and so I wonder about that. 3 different fragmentary hadrosaurs from the same time in the same place. And there's only 3 specimens that have been named, and they all happen to be different species. I do wonder about that, you know? Yeah. But, one of the things that the authors mention in the press release here is this idea of adaptive radiation. Lambeosaurians rapidly diversifying to occupy new niches following dispersal from Europe into North Africa. So this is a real and well-documented phenomenon among especially smaller vertebrates. I have my doubts about this with dinosaurs for a number of reasons, but here. Show you in this video here. We looked at this several times before. The evolution of finches on the Galapagos. There we go.
Galapagos. There were many different possibilities. Different times as finches could have all.
So here, looking at that. That's gonna mislead us. Here we go. So the Galapagos Islands are fairly new. They're volcanic islands. They sprang up relatively recently. They're like less than 5 million years old, I think. And you know, they spring up from the ocean floor because of volcanic eruptions, and they later get populated by critters that just kind of end up there from other places. So with birds, they can arrive via flight. You know, it's easy to imagine some birds flying from the mainland, and you know, often when land birds fly way out to sea, they just keep going and going until they die, but sometimes they get really lucky. And that's what happened here.
Set the stage for the formation of new species. The grants have shown that both geography and ecology are keys to the evolution of the Galapagos finches.
So here we go. This is what I wanted to show you.
The most likely scenario is that 2 million years ago, a single finch population arrived from the mainland.
There you go. So some lucky finches ended up here, and they were identical to the ones on the mainland because they're from the mainland. But then, generation after generation, their offspring become more and more different, and they start to spread out to the other islands in the Galapagos, and they become better adapted to those like individual environments here.
When their descendants reached another island, they faced new conditions. As those isolated populations adapted to their surroundings, their traits changed. If the changes included traits involved in mating, and the populations came into contact again, they no longer mated. They had become distinct species.
So we call this adaptive radiation, like radiating outward. Like a wagon wheel, it radiates out from the center. So you get one ancestral species, you get a bunch of descendants that radiate outward, they each do their own thing. And like Jim is saying, it does happen frequently after mass extinctions, yeah. When you get a bunch of the competition just disappears because they've gone extinct, a surviving species, suddenly their descendants can spread out into a bunch of different ecosystems, a bunch of different niches. So you get adaptive radiation outward like that. So that's the idea behind this in this paper. There we go. Thank you, Starmie, for sending this. Brilliant. Here. Given that I don't have access to this paper, really appreciate you sending this. Good stuff. So here we go. And let's take a look at the specimens. Let's see what they look like. Not much. So we've got, what, 2 maxillae? So not a whole lot to name a dinosaur on, frankly. Geological setting. Where's the material part? Yeah, 2 maxillae. So we've got literally 2 bones. Which, the maxilla at least is a good bone to have. It's one of the better bones to have if you want to be able to figure out what animal you're looking at. Especially with regard to duckbill dinosaurs. But still, this is not ideal for naming a new species. Let alone a new genus. Yeah. At least we're looking at overlapping material from these critters. So, A is Ajnabia, B is Menkaria, and C is Teleta, which is our new dinosaur. So at least we're looking at the same bone across 3 different dinosaurs. But, yeah. Interesting. You can't really do histo on them, so you can't really figure out if they're all growth stages of the same animal or not. That's tricky. That's tricky. And so here, the authors are claiming that there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different hadrosaurs all occupying the same environment. And then they've got a titanosaur, and 3 different abelisaurids. Yeah, mini pie, I'm not sure if... I don't know. I'm always a little bit suspicious anytime somebody finds a single scrap of a dinosaur and they go, oh, well, it's gotta be a new species. Just making that kind of assumption untested, I think, is problematic. I'll put it that way. But I was involved in this project. Who cares what I think, you know? Yeah. How are you doing, Mini Pie? You come here to get brushed? I hope you did, because that's what's going to happen. That's what's going to happen. Nobody's been brushing you while I was gone. Yeah. Nobody's been brushing you. Huh. No, nobody. Here, I think we can solve that. I think we can solve that. Ho, 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 ho. Yeah. And Crimson Carnotaurus says, isn't Morocco also a hotspot for fakes? Yeah, and I won't say who, but some of the authors on this paper have been, shall we say, misled by some commercial fakery in the past. So it's always something to look out for when you're purchasing your fossils rather than excavating them scientifically yourself. There's always a chance that Yeah, that they'll turn out to be less than 100% genuine. Yeah. And do you have any treats for her? I do, Lordy, yeah. Yeah. Not the dental treats, but I've got some of the other ones. A big container of them, huh? Yeah, you have to get brushed before I give you some treats, though. Let's get rid of some of this excess fur. Yeah. There we go. You pushing the camera around? Is that what you're doing? All right, let's get you some treats. Let's get you some treats, huh? And if anybody in the chat would like to provide some treats for Mini Pie and the other landlords, there's some on the Amazon wish list. These are kind of the junk food ones. I mean, they're good, but they're not like dental treats the way that the ones on the wish list are. Yeah. Oh, what do you think? The good stuff, Minnie? Yeah. How is that? Good stuff. So anywho, as with just about anything in dinosaur paleontology, we really need more material if we want to figure out what's going on in northern Africa at the end of the Cretaceous. I'm always a little bit reticent to accept that every single scrap that we find has to be a new taxon, has to be a new genus or species. But hopefully time will tell. We'll see. Yeah. Why are you hesitating with that one? What's wrong with this one? What? What are you doing? What's going on? You finally gonna eat it? There we go. There you go, Mini Pie. Yeah. What do you think? Good stuff? Oh. Okay. I'll see you later, Mini Pie. Ladies and gentlemen, Mini Pie. Yeah. Good stuff. Thank you again, Starmy, for sending the paper. Yeah. Nice. Anyway. Cool stuff. Cool stuff. Let's take a look at dinosaur number 3. Which, Zongyuanosaurus. Zheng Changai. Thank you, Jim, for sending this over. Beautiful. Where did that go? It's just a couple days ago, right? Yeah, there we go. New species of armored dinosaur identified. Where else? In China. Paleontologists have described a new species of the ankylosaurid dinosaur genus, Zongyuanosaurus, using a specimen found in China's Henan province. Interesting. So this is not a new genus of dinosaur, it's a new species. So, for those not familiar with these concepts, in scientific names, they come in two parts. You've got the genus and the species. So, Bengal tiger is Panthera tigris. You and me are Homo sapiens. Homo is the genus, sapiens is the species. Tyrannosaurus rex. Tyrannosaurus is the genus, rex is the species. Most dinosaurs that have been named are monospecific genera. So like if we're talking about Dilophosaurus, this animal here, there's only one species of Dilophosaurus that we have. Dilophosaurus is the genus, Weatherali is the species. Same with Deinonychus. As far as I know, there's one species of Deinonychus. It's Deinonychus enteropus. So it's kind of unusual for a dinosaur genus to have more than one species in it. And that's just because, well, part of it is like a quirk of history, in the sense that if you're going to name a new dinosaur, usually name a new dinosaur genus. Some of these genera are really, maybe they deserve to be species rather than like separate genera. But for most intents and purposes, when we say dinosaur genus, we kind of mean dinosaur species. Like, they're fairly synonymous. But then you get other dinosaurs that kind of throw a wrench into things. So Psittacosaurus would be a good example of this, where there's something like a dozen different species of Psittacosaurus that have been named. Not all of them are going to be valid, but several of them almost certainly are. They're from different times, from different places. There's been a whole bunch of different Psittacosaurus species named. In fact, you could probably break this up into several genera if you wanted to. There we go. Stegosaurus gobiensis, Lugia tunensis, Malayensis, Mongoliensis, Ne mongoliensis, Orodensis, Sinensis, Sibericus, and on and on. There's a bunch of different species of Psittacosaurus. You could probably break it up into several genera, but nobody's done that. Anywho, with our new dinosaur here, this is a new species of Zongyuansaurus. We call it Zongyuansaurus junchengai. So the newly identified species belongs to a previously monospecific ankylosaur genus called Zongyuansaurus. Named Zongyuansaurus junchengai, it lived in what is now China during the Albian age of the latest early Cretaceous. The dinosaur's fossilized remains were collected from the upper part of the Haoling Formation at Zonghua Village in Henan Province, China. The fossils are preserved within about an area of 9 square meters, says Dr. Ji Ming Zhang from the Henan Natural History Museum and colleagues. They are disarticulated and show no overlapping preservation, suggesting that they belong to a single individual. So by overlapping preservation, I think what he means is that, he or she, not sure, means is that you don't have 2 right femora or 2 left radii or anything like that. They're non-overlapping, so like you've got 1 of each bone that you're supposed to have 1 of. The specimen includes 1 right mandible, 14 free caudal vertebrae, 7 fused terminal caudal vertebrae, forming a rod-like structure, maybe a precursor to a club, 4 ribs, 10 hemal arches, 1 left humerus, 1 slender metatarsal, 41 osteoderms of various sizes and shapes. That actually sounds a lot like what we were digging up in Wyoming. Yeah. Zongyuansaurus junchangi is characterized by a unique autapomorphy. An autapomorphy is a characteristic that only that species has, and it makes it unique. At least 5 caudal armor plates arranged in a shingle-like pattern with a distinctive swallowtail shape. Interesting. Additionally, it exhibits relatively slender mandibular bones, so the lower jaws are kind of skinny, compared to the more robust mandibles of advanced Ankylosaurinae, paleontologists said. The anterior tip, so the front part of the coronoid process, that's where the lower jaw articulates in the skull, extends only to the last 2 alveoli, differing from Chamosaurus. So given that they're distinguishing it from Chamosaurus, I'm guessing it's probably a close relative. The distal caudal vertebrae are adorned with small osteoderms, and the humerus has a midshaft circumference to total length ratio of 0.46, distinguishing it from Zongyuansaurus luoyangensis. The discovery of Zongyuansaurus junchangi provides new insights into the evolution of ankylosaurs in the lower Cretaceous strata of Ruyang and enhances the species diversity of the Ruyang dinosaur fauna, researchers concluded. So the paper is an Acta Paleontological Sinica, it looks like, and I'm guessing it's paywalled, because Jim posted a link, but let's see here. Oh no, we do have a PDF. Well. Excellent. It seems as though... Is this going to be a PDF or a Microsoft Word document? It says PDF. It's going to take a minute to load. Yeah. And Care Dorian says paleo is very specific. I don't know what you mean by that. But the word paleontology, it refers to the study of fossils in general. So fossils might be just a few thousand years old, or they could go back 3 billion years, potentially, like some of the very earliest single-celled organisms. But paleontology means the study of ancient forms, ancient beings, ancient life forms. The word paleo means ancient, or old, or, you know, ancient is a pretty good translation there. Anyway, this is taking a while to load. Holy cow. We're halfway there now. Holy cow, it's still going. This must be a really big file if it's taking this long to open up. In the meantime, let's take a look at some depictions of this dinosaur so far. Given that this just came out a few days ago, I'll be impressed if we've gotten any illustrations of it. But we've already got one nice one that we saw there. Somebody made one on DeviantArt here. Very nice. This one I feel like might be for the previously named species. Yeah. Good stuff. There we go. Yeah. Almost there. Almost there. There we go. No paywall on this either, even if it does take a long time to load.
Access granted.
Nice. So let's take a look at some of those figures, shall we? Oh, and that's interesting. So it's in Chinese.
That's why dinosaurs don't exist no more.
Goofball McGee, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. So here's one of those things that I was talking about. I talk about a lot, actually. when we've got dinosaur names, even if they are derived from Chinese, they're still spelled with, like, the Latin alphabet, like we use in English or Spanish or French or Portuguese or whatever. And so you'll see in here a bunch of Chinese characters, which I don't know how to read. And then you'll have dinosaur names here. Crichtonpelta, Shamasaurus, Gobisaurus. It's good stuff. I wonder if it would be possible to use like Google Translate on this, but we've got some nice fossil material here. I think this must be the end of the caudal series, the end of the tail right here. All of these vertebrae fused up into like a rod. Later on in the evolution of this group, you would have tail clubs here. So big old club on the end of the tail of these animals. They would have used for defense against predators, presumably. They may have also used it in combat between rivals of the same species. But yeah, that big tail club is a characteristic of the later ankylosaurid ankylosaurs. But they didn't start off like that. They didn't just magically poof into existence. They would have evolved from earlier forms, and this might be one of those earlier forms there. Where we've got... The club hasn't formed yet, but you do have a stiffening of the end of the tail there. And handle before tail club. There you go, Jim. Yeah. It would appear so, huh? Shoot. So the tail club of these guys, it's got a rigid handle, which is the tail vertebrae that are fused together to be very inflexible. And then you get that bulbous protuberance at the end. That's the actual club part. But again, a stiff handle. Yeah, nub, handle, tail club. See how that works? Another example right here. Yeah. So there you go. Ankylosaurs with flexible tails, ankylosaurs with stiff tails, and ankylosaurs with tail clubs. That's really neat, actually. This was from 10 years ago now. So yeah, they start off with really flexible tails. You see this in dinosaurs like Gastonia, which we'll be talking about a lot this summer, I think. And then they tend to get stiffer tails, like in the latter part of the early Cretaceous. Our dinosaur is from the end of the early Cretaceous, which was Albion stage, right? And then you get tail clubs in the late Cretaceous there. So you see development of this defensive tail structure over tens of millions of years, which is really cool. There we go. There's that stiff handle. You get the handle before you get the club. Casey Snowart says, what an interesting structure. I'm trying to think of whether we have any modern critters with similar club-like appendages. They have evolved multiple times, but I'm not sure if any animal today has that kind of a structure. But ankylosaurs are certainly not the only animals to ever develop that. They might have been the first, but Doedicarus is a big glyptodont, basically like a giant armadillo that also evolved a tail club. This is long after the extinction of the dinosaurs.
Guide to becoming a fossil.
Link for real.
Step 1, die.
Thank you for the 14 months of
Great
support.
work, Danny. Keep rocking it.
Appreciate that, Link for real. Thank you for your ongoing support. It means a lot to me. Yeah. So you get this in mammals, like these guys, Doedicarus. They're big, goofy tail clubs like that, with spikes on them. And you also get it in, was it Neuroankylus? No. There's another kind of turtle. What was it called? Was it Ningemis? Yeah, so they seem to have also developed a tail club-like structure. These are huge terrestrial turtles that lived in Australia. And they are developing kind of a tail club-like thing too before they go extinct. Pretty neat. Yeah. Yeah. But, yeah, like you, Casey, I can't think of any modern animals that have what we could call a tail club. But it is something that's evolved multiple times in Earth history in different groups, which is pretty neat to think about. Yeah. Anywho, back to our paper here. Oh, and you've never heard of that turtle? Ninjemies is really interesting, Casey. Yeah, the name means ninja turtle, Ninjemies. And, they were big. They seemed like they really wanted to be ankylosaurs, in a sense. Wanted to be. They didn't know about ankylosaurs. They lived a long time later than that, but, they're really neat. Similar concept to ankylosaurs. Big armored terrestrial animal with horns on the back of its head, just like a lot of ankylosaurs develop, and a club-like tail. Pretty neat. Yeah. And adding this to my list of cool prehistoric critters, it's pretty neat, Casey. It's pretty neat. What a cool animal. Anyhow, yeah. I just accidentally closed that file. There we go. Good. I was afraid it would take another 20 minutes.
The dinosaurs rule.
To load. Echo Galen, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. So this looks like a denary right here, lower jaw. Ankylosaurs have got this cool kind of like twist that goes on in their lower jaw, where it starts off going this way and then it kind of goes. You can kind of see that here. Pretty neat. You see the alveoli, the tooth sockets right there. But I don't know if we have a skull for this critter. I don't think we do. And look at that big old humerus there. Nuts. And these guys have such crazy looking humeri. So this is the upper arm bone, which in people looks like this. See how there's a little bit of a bulge right there? About midline down the shaft? And these guys that, well, I don't know if that's quite the deltopectoral crest. I guess it is, but it's so, like, it's not particularly pronounced in humans. Look at how big that is on an ankylosaur. Just nuts. These are four-legged animals, so they're using their front legs, their arms, so to speak, to help support their body weight. And so their humerus is far more robust than a human humerus is. We're not typically walking around on all fours, and even if we were, we're not nearly as heavy as an ankylosaur. These guys have got really, really strong.
Park. Digging up dinosaurs is hard, frustrating work. It takes months or years, so leave it to the professionals.
It's true. Emo Purulento. Emo Purulento, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. And we do have a skull for the other species. Nice, Jim. Cool, cool, cool. Pretty neat. And there we go. That looks like a pedal element, like a... It's metacarpal. It should probably be metatarsal. Oh yeah, there we go. Right second metatarsal. Nice. That's one of the upper foot bones. And then we've got osteoderms. These are the armor plates. So when we were digging up an ankylosaur in Wyoming last month, we found a bunch of osteoderms. None of them were as pretty as this. These have all been cleaned up in the lab. Ours had concreted crud all over the surface, so they didn't really look like much. I'm so excited to be able to show everybody some dinosaur bones that look like dinosaur bones when we're in Utah starting next week. But, anywho, these are a lot prettier than the ones that we were digging up in Wyoming, because those ones have not been cleaned yet. Got concretion-y stuff all over them, but yeah, pretty neat. Pretty darn cool. And that's it for figures. But, very nice. Very nice. I do wish they had more figures here. There's their quarry right there. Holy cow, that is a really tall back wall. I wonder if this started off as a dinosaur quarry, or if people were digging for other stuff in this area and then happened to find some dinosaur fossils. But very nice. Much smaller jackets than our ankylosaur jackets from Wyoming. Shoot. Good stuff. So anyway, welcome to the world. Zongyuansaurus Junchangai. Good stuff. Very good stuff. And I don't think they did histome as art rules, no. Would have been nice, but yeah. And the armor is often diagnostic. Yeah, I hope ours is, Jim. Holy cow. Yeah. And check out for the skull. Thank you, Jim. And look at that. So we were talking earlier about how... Oh, Jim, maybe I can get your opinion on this. I think before you showed up in the chat today, I got a question. And that was, which group of dinosaurs most frequently has an articulated skull? So among all the different dinosaur clades, which clade is found most frequently with a skull that's not disarticulated, a skull that's all together? And I said, probably ankylosaurs. Do you think that's right, Jim? As someone who is a world authority on ankylosaurs? Ankylosaurs, of course, says Jim. Yeah, excellent. I'm glad I had that right. I'm like, they've got to have articulated skulls more frequently than ceratopsids do. And I can't think of anybody else. Even pachycephalosaurs, you find the dome, you don't often find the rest of the skull. In fact, it's very rare to find an intact pachyskull. But ankylosaurs, since they're so fused up, like my Euoplocephalus here, you know, that's really solid. You're not going to see the sutures between the different bones. Those just get obliterated pretty early on in ontogeny. As these animals are maturing, it's just a solid box of bone, you know? So, and that's exactly what we see in this one here, too. Yeah. They fuse up early. Exactly, Jim. Yeah. Yeah. Ankylosaurs are built to last, says Deathsaurus. There you go. None of this planned obsolescence stuff. Nice. Yeah, good stuff. That skull is beautiful. Wow. Very nice. Very nice. And Starmy says, how can you tell the flexible tail ankylosaurids from the nodosaurs? Well, a lot of ankylosaurids have got a big club at the end that's very obvious, Starmy. But also their vertebrae fuse up, like we were talking about. So the vertebrae are literally fused together to form like the handle for the tail club. So they develop this really weird morphology where parts of them stretch out to form, you know, this inflexible mass like that. It's, yeah. It's very different from in nodosaurids who tend to have more flexible tails. You can tell that the vertebrae, they don't have this shape. You can tell that there's some flexibility between them. Yeah. Anyhow. Oh, and Jim, I know those are scale impressions on the top of the skull. Yeah, I wasn't saying they were sutures. I'm saying you don't see sutures on Unless you, like, look on the underside. The skulls of ankylosaurids. Just because everything fuses so early on. Those sutures just get obliterated. Yeah. And look at the end of Urapelta and Mimorapelta tail, says Jim. Okay. Mimorapelta tail. Interesting. Hang on. Let me look in my PDF library and see if I have the descriptive paper for Mimorapelta. It's loading. Search results are loading, rather. Yeah, there we go. Kirkland and Carpenter, 1994. Nice. North America's first pre-Cretaceous ankylosaur from the Upper Jurassic Morrison Formation of western Colorado. This is back when Jim was still working for Dynamation, the animatronic dinosaurs company back in the 90s. Nice. So Mimorapelta is one of the earliest ankylosaurs we have from North America. We have an illustration of the distal tail. Caudal plates, okay. Maybe not. I've not published it yet. I will send you figures. Thanks, Jim. All right, cool. Nice. I've long wondered whether nodosaurids would have also had, if some of the taxa would have developed stiff tails too. Because as much of a wallop as a flexible tail could pack, you would think having a stiffer tail and being able to just smack somebody with it, that would be potentially even more devastating. Yeah. But let's look at Urapelta. See if Google Images yields anything. Does look like we've got, according to Scott Hartman's skeletal here. Is this Urapelta or is it not? Yeah, Urapelta, carbonensis. Okay. So in this guy, we don't have a complete tail, but there's enough of it. Hopefully we'll be able to tell what kind of flexibility they had. If I were just looking at that, which is not an image of the actual fossil, I would say, oh yeah, they had flexible tails. But I don't know what the actual bones look like. Anyhow. Neat stuff. And just sent. Let me take a look at that, Jim. Thank you, thank you. Yeah. Beautiful. Mimorapelta monograph. Ooh, this is unpublished as of yet, Jim? Holy cow. I will not share this with anybody else, but let's find that figure like you were talking about. Oh, it's got such a cool looking skull. Holy cow. Reminds me of Gastonia's skull. Jim, what do you think are the odds that Gastonia is more or less a direct descendant of Mimorapelta? They're pretty good odds, or you think it's unlikely? Sacrum, or verts. That is my thought, says Jim. Oh, very cool. So the ankylosaurs would make it across the Jurassic-Cretaceous boundary when almost everybody else dies. That is interesting. Alright, scrolling through. there we go. I think that's Rob Gaston's reconstruction of this, right? And he does have it with a very stiff tail. It almost looks like there's ossified tendons or something in there, if I were to guess. I missed the other stuff. Limbs, sacrum. This is great though. Good figures. Proximal caudal vertebrae, holotype and paratype. Medial to distal caudal vertebrae, and yeah, look at that. So with some of these, they do seem like they're trying to fuse up. Like he's trying to have a really stiff tail at the very end of the tail. Interesting. Huh. Figure 23 DD to KK. Yeah, there we go. DD to KK. Yep. You're getting that same sort of thing where those are post-zygapophyses that are contacting the neural spine, right? In order to, so they're slotting in like this in order to prevent them from moving laterally. Very cool. Very cool. That's really neat. Yeah, a few skid chevrons too. Super cool. That's really interesting stuff. Jim, I'm excited to talk to you about this when we're in the field, because I've got some ideas about, I think some of the stuff that's been published on like intra-specific combat in ankylosaurs. You know, this idea that these guys primarily use the tail clubs on other members of their own species. I don't think I buy that idea, but I'm excited to talk to you about it, Jim. Yeah. And the last four vertebrae of Europelta are also fused. Interesting. So yeah, whether they're ankylosaurids or earlier ankylosaurs during the Jurassic, like Mimorapelta, they're still using up those tail vertebrae even in the absence of a tail club. It's fascinating stuff. Yeah. Ms. Rule says, would they have bashed heads? I don't know. It'd be a difficult one to test. Yeah, there you go, Jim. Nice. 2013. Oh. I'm trying to click that. There we go. But let's take a look at those caudal verts. Cervical vertebrae. So we're going from head to tail. Let's go back down toward the tail. Okay, we got osteoderms. Fetal elements, hind limbs. Here we go. Mid to distal caudal vertebrae of Europelta. And yeah, there we go. LL and KK. Fused pair of extreme distalmost caudal vertebrae with fused chevron and right lateral view. So that's nuts. Even these guys, like Europelta, they are, in fact, yeah, this illustration is kind of misleading. It's showing that tail as being too flexible. Probably shouldn't have that curve to the tail at the end. That tail is probably held out pretty stiff behind it. Interesting. Very interesting. Yeah. And Jim says Gastonia bashed heads, shock absorbing brain case. Cool. I don't know enough about that, I guess. That's awesome. Anyway, thank you so much, Jim, for sharing. I love how excited you get about ankylosaurs. I'm really excited to talk to you all about ankylosaurs this summer. I'm so glad you're going to be out there in the field with us. I wasn't expecting that, so this is it's going to be good. It's going to be good. Yeah. Anyhow, excellent. So this is what now? 3 out of 5 dinosaurs down? Something like that. Let's take a look at our other ones. We've got a new Neornithischian dinosaur from Colorado. I don't think this is the one that I was hearing about at SVP. There was a... No, I want to say it's from Arizona. I won't spill the beans on that. But another new exciting dinosaur. This is a different one, I think. A remarkable new genus and species of Neornithischian dinosaur. So you can tell it's super basal if they just use Neornithischian to describe it. It's being named Enigma Cursor, which means mystery runner. I don't even have to look. I know that's what it means. Enigma Cursor. Cursor means runner. Molly Borthwicke. Presumably named after a woman. Rather than I, it's A at the end. That's the feminine suffix. It has been identified from a 3-dimensionally preserved postcranial skeleton found in the Morrison Formation of Colorado. Interesting. I didn't know this was from the Morrison. Pretty neat. Pretty neat. How fast could it run? I don't know, Ms. Art Rules. It's a mystery. You heard the name. Enigma Cursor, Mystery Runner. Nobody knows how fast it could run. This dinosaur was a 2-legged herbivore, about 0.5 meters tall, about 1.6 feet tall, and a little over 1 meter, at 3.3 feet long. The species would have been darting across the floodplains of the western United States in the shadows of giants like Diplodocus and Stegosaurus. So this dinosaur is from the Morrison Formation. If you've ever been to Dinosaur National Monument, or Jurassic National Monument for that matter, you are already familiar with this fauna, the different dinosaurs who lived here. This is kind of one of your classic dinosaur-bearing formations. Stegosaurus, Apatosaurus, aka Brontosaurus, Allosaurus, Diplodocus, Ceratosaurus, Apatosaurus, Allosaurus right here. These are all dinosaurs from the Morrison Formation. And now we've got a new dinosaur from the same formation. Would have lived alongside some of these big guys. That's a cool illustration. Oh man, I like that a lot. So here's an Enigma Cursor eye view of this environment. This dinosaur would have been pretty small, running around in the underbrush probably, trying to avoid giants like these big diplodocoids, stegosaurs, etc. Really neat. And there's the pub. Thanks, Jim. Nice. There should be a link to it here too. And it is in Royal Society Open Science. Nice. So it should be non-paywalled. It should be open access. There are signs that the dinosaur was not fully grown. The top section of the vertebrae, neural arches, which form separately from the lower parts and fused together as the animal ages, were not fully fused in place, suggesting Enigma Cursor may have been quite young, said Susie Maidmont and Paul Barrett. Nice. Enigma Cursor's partial but 3-dimensionally preserved skeleton, with some associated teeth, was unearthed in 2021 and 2022 from a commercial quarry. Commercial quarry. Ew. Oh well. of the Morrison Formation in Moffat County, Colorado. At the time, the specimen was thought to be a Nanosaurus, a poorly known species of small herbivorous dinosaur first named in the 1870s. However, on closer inspection, the paleontologist deemed the original Nanosaurus specimen too poorly preserved to serve as a reliable reference for identification. Interesting. With better quality fossils having been found, they officially set aside the name Nanosaurus in the interest of taxonomic stability. Wait, what? Are they getting rid of the name Nanosaurus? I gotta read this paper. Differences between the original specimen and the new specimen were the final pieces of the puzzle to confirm it as a new species and genus. The discovery of Enigma cursor Molly Borthwick enhances the diversity of ornithischian dinosaurs from the Morrison Formation, provides new information on their anatomy, the researchers said. In addition, it demonstrates that there is additional cryptic diversity of small-bodied Morrison Formation ornithischians, suggesting they were a more diverse component of these late Jurassic ecosystems than was previously realized. That's not super surprising. There does seem to be, or at least I've heard many people say, that the Morrison Formation, this geological formation where you've got all of these huge sauropods and stegosaurs and big theropods and stuff, that there's a bias against the preservation of smaller animals like small dinosaurs here. That's not the right formation. There we go, Morrison Formation. For instance, we've got a lot of Allosaurus material, not very many juvenile Allosaurus. We've got tons of big sauropods, not very much small sauropod material. It could be that they're laying their eggs and rearing their young in other basins outside of where you get the Morrison Formation today. But I don't know. There might be other stuff going on where it's just, there's something about this environment where it's not preserving a lot of small material, and there might also be factors that lead to collection bias toward larger material too. Maybe there's something about the Morrison where it's just more difficult to prospect for small things, or there's less of a tendency to do that. When people think of the Morrison Formation, they think of huge sauropods and theropods and stegosaurs and stuff. They're not often thinking about the smaller critters, and people might not be looking as much or as hard for the small critters. I don't know. Yeah. It is a pretty big basin, that's definitely true, Jim. Shoot. And there are lots of great small vert sites. Yeah, like in Fruita, Colorado. One of our crewmates this year in Wyoming, he's doing his master's, I think, on microverts of the Morrison. That's Eric. Yeah, here's Eric right here. Some of you remember him from the Wyoming streams. He's working on small critters from the Morrison. But, yeah. Anyway, let's take a look at the paper for Enigma cursor. That was so small. And here's the PDF. This is open access.
Access granted.
Here is a link to the paper right there. Oop. That's why. Okay, gotta press Control minus to make it bigger. That's why it was so small to start with. Susie Maidmont, Paul Barrett are authors here. Although the remains have been known since the 1870s, the small bipedal ornithischian dinosaurs from the Upper Jurassic Morrison Formation of the western U.S. remain poorly known. So these small two-legged plant eaters, little beaky what we used to call hypsilophodonts. Things like Nanosaurus. Yeah, these little guys. Not very well studied, not very well known. They're, yeah. Neglected, you could say. The historic type specimens, many of which are described by Cope and Marsh, especially Marsh, have recently been designated as nomina dubia. So those names like, what was it, Othnielia, Drinker, and Othnielosaurus, I think those names have fallen by the wayside. They're not based on very good material. Yeah. So I wonder, are they getting rid of Nanosaurus in this paper? Here we describe a recently collected, partial but three-dimensionally preserved skeleton of a new small-bodied ornithischian from the Morrison Formation of Colorado that we name Enigma cursor Borthwickae. The skeleton includes substantial portions of the axial and appendicular skeleton, so the vertebrae and the ribs and the limbs too, and the hips presumably. When scored into a phylogenetic analysis, is shown to be a non-ceropodin neornithischian. Its closest relative is Yandusaurus from the late Jurassic of China. So Yandusaurus is not very well figured. Shoot. That's probably the best we're gonna get. Yandusaurus. It's not a particularly big dinosaur. There it is next to a house cat. Yeah, nice. Discovery of Enigma cursor enhances the diversity of neornithischian dinosaurs from the Morrison Formation. Provides new information on their anatomy. So let's see here. Etymology. Enigma, meaning a puzzle or mystery, in reference to the convoluted taxonomic history of small-bodied ornithischians from the Morrison. And cursor, from the Latin for runner, in reference to the cursorial morphology of the elongated hind limb and pes. So, this animal looks like a runner. The species name, Borthwickae, honors Molly Borthwick. Sorry, Molly Borthwickae is the species name. Enigma cursor Molly Borthwickae. Molly Borthwick, whose generous donation allowed the Natural History Museum UK to acquire the specimen. So it sounds like Molly Borthwick gave the museum the cash to buy this dinosaur from a commercial group in Colorado. There's so many dinosaurs in the UK, like, why not dig some of those up? I don't understand that. Whatever, yeah. And, oh boy, it sounds like they butchered this poor critter prior to selling it, the commercial group. The skeleton had been reconstructed for display prior to acquisition by the museum. Missing elements were reconstructed by three-dimensional printing or modeling, so big parts of it were like modeled. Damaged elements were restored and painted. Magnets were embedded in the vertebral centra, so I guess the commercial group drilled holes in the vertebrae to put magnets in there? So they can't CT scan the specimen because of all these metal parts. Scans are available on Morphosource. Is that right? Hang on, let's look at that real quick. Because I want to see what this thing looks like. Morphosource. Gotta log in here. So Morphosource is an online repository for 3D data for different organisms. So museums, academic laboratories, groups like that will will take a lot of their 3D data and they'll put it into Morphosource, and you can search for it. I'll search Enigma Cursor, and we got nothing so far. But let's try an HMU. Okay. Here we go. I don't know if we'll be able to find it. But, data manager, data uploader. Anyway, we'll look later and see if we can find this. I don't think we're gonna do it right now. But yeah. And Attila the Mom says, sheesh, that's like taking a Rembrandt and preparing for display by gluing it to poster board and spraying it with polyurethane. Yeah. Kinda reminds me of, reminds me of this a little bit. Good analogy, says Jim. Anyhow, he's trying to fix this after... Oh boy. Anyway, that's essentially what it seems like happened to this poor Neornithischian dinosaur. Anyway, yeah. It also reminds me of this a little bit.
Take a 19th century piece of artwork in need of a little care, let an eager grandmother with a paintbrush have a go at restoring it, and this is the result.
We saw that everything was falling down and we fixed it.
Cecilia Jimenez thought she was helping out, but now she's distraught at what she's done. And as the residents of Borja in northeastern Spain take it all in, she's claiming she didn't act alone.
Did somebody order you to do this? Of course. The priest knew it. The priest knew it. He did. How could we do something like that without his permission? You did it secretly, didn't you? No, of course not. Everybody who came into the church could see me as I was painting.
The fresco of Christ isn't particularly valuable, at least not in financial terms, but it is, or was, loved by locals.
Until now, she just painted on the tunic, but the problem started when she painted the head as well, because she's destroyed this painting.
Professionals will attempt to fix the botched job, but without a miracle, they will struggle to restore it completely.
Poor Jesus. I mean, he looks like he's the result of a very long weekend with the boys on his stag night. I've never seen anything look so transformed. This is such a wonderful rendition of a person you wouldn't necessarily recognize in a police lineup, but it's certainly a famous picture now.
The unfortunate attempt has made this grandmother something of a reluctant viral celebrity online. Already mock-ups of other restorations in her style are being published, like this one of the Last Supper. But for Cecilia Jimenez, it'll just be a matter of praying that the original image of Christ can indeed be redeemed. Phil Lavelle, Al Jazeera.
Anywho, it's... And Minipuri, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It sounds like that's what happened to this poor dinosaur by the commercial group that the folks in London purchased it from. Parts of it were... Damaged elements were restored and painted. Magnets were embedded in their vertebral centra and chevrons for attachment to a mount. Ugh. Anyway. So that's... Oh boy. But they do have a decent amount of the skeleton here, I guess. Lovely illustration by Bob Nichols there. Really pretty. But, yeah, oh boy. Yeah, the commercial group just butchered this thing. It's really sad. But it looks like this team did whatever they could. You know, they worked really hard to get around that. And kudos to them. Shoot, this must not have been easy. Grayed out area indicates reconstruction. So yeah, so big parts of this were, again, when you've got a commercial group, when people are digging these fossils up for profit, authenticity is not their primary goal. They want to be able to sell this thing. And so they're going to fill in whatever gaps they can. They're going to mess things up. They're going to embed magnets in it, I guess. And it's just a nightmare. At least this thing was scientifically studied, but God, that's frustrating. Yeah. So again, the parts that are in gray, so like the coracoid, sternum here, all of this is reconstructed, I guess. The end of the scapula. Who knows how quickly the commercial group dug this thing up in the first place. They may have dug through a bunch of bones and stuff. That is a little bit unusual to have, like, the very end of the scapula. I don't know. I wouldn't be surprised if the commercial group just dug straight through a bunch of these bones. Just completely chundered them, as Don would say. Just crawdadded them. Anyway, long paper, lots of good figures. What do they have to say about Nanosaurus, though? Was I misreading that earlier? Nanosaurus equals Othnielia. We're saying here. Okay, so they're basically just ignoring... Well, let's see. Yeah, okay. They're not sinking Nanosaurus officially, it seems, but I do wonder if that dinosaur is going to be sticking around. But anyway, welcome to the world, Enigma Cursor.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Let's take a look at some people's illustrations of this critter. Nice. It looks like it's already on display there. Let's see if we can find a video. Enigma Cursor.
This is Enigma Cursor Molly Borthwicki. It's just gone on display for the public to see. And it's a small dinosaur. It's about, as you can see, about 1.5 meters long, two-legged, little forelimbs, big hind limbs. It was probably quite a fast runner. And it lived about 150 million years ago in the western US. It's a new type of dinosaur. Actually, when it first came to us, it was called Nanosaurus. And Nanosaurus is a dinosaur that was named about 150 years ago from the western US, from the late Jurassic rocks. When we want to name a new dinosaur or any new specimen, any new species, we have to take the one that we've got and compare it with the holotype. Now, the holotype's the specimen that kind of holds the name. It's like...
We were talking about holotype specimens just yesterday, so this is a nice little... we're taking that knowledge and applying it now. Holotype specimen.
Have to take the one that we've got and compare it with the holotype. Now, the holotype's the specimen that kind of holds the name. It's like the template. And so we have to take ours and say, well, is this really the same thing or is it something different? So we went to all the museums where there were little fragmentary bits of...
And you can see, like, the end of the scapula here, this has been reconstructed. At least they have another full scap over here to compare it to. But yeah, you can see a lot of these limb bones, like, those are reconstructed right there. I think this tib is all reconstructed. A bunch of the vertebrae, yeah, but the commercial group that the museum bought this from, they seem to have just kind of butchered this poor animal.
These sorts of dinosaurs that have been named over the last sort of 100 years, including Nanosaurus. And we took a look at those and we realised that actually none of them were good enough to be recognised as distinct species today. So the first thing we did was we kind of got rid of all of them. We wiped the slate clean, we got rid of Nanosaurus, we set aside all those names and were able to recognise ours, which has...
What's going on with the... hang on. Why is there this weird bend right here? You know, those anterior dorsal vertebrae, why are they... Scoliososaurus. Also, I feel like the shoulder girdle should be further back. What's going on here?
And we're able to recognise ours, which has a number of very clear, distinctive features.
Log fell on it, says Dr. Terry.
All the closely related dinosaurs. When we think of dinosaurs,
there's another one that they purchased from the U.S. That's Sophie, the Stegosaurus. I don't know. I find it a little frustrating. It's, of course, it's easy for me to say this, being from the U.S., but England has dinosaurs. The British Isles have dinosaurs. The Isle of Wight is full of dinosaurs. Get some of those dinosaurs if you're from the UK. Go collect them. Describe them. Coming to the United States and just, like, purchasing fossils here is... I don't know. Again, it's easy for me to say.
I always think of the great big, massive, you know, long neck, long tailed...
Claire Burr says it's a tradition, Danny. Is that English culture, Claire? Yes, go to other countries and take their artifacts and specimens. It's that old joke, why are the pyramids in Egypt? Because they were too heavy to carry to the British Museum. An old joke, but yeah. Anywho.
When we think of dinosaurs, we always think of the great big, massive, long neck, long-tailed, four-legged dinosaurs. But actually, most dinosaurs, or all dinosaurs, started off as two-legged animals with little forelimbs, like this one. And this actually has that kind of, relatively early sort of morphology. This very long legs, these short arms. And this was a herbivore, so it was probably using its forelimbs to, pull vegetation into its mouth. We can tell from its very, very...
Starmy says, I feel the same way about Americans buying European art. Yeah. Well, shoot, the art market is just... Don't get me started. Ugh.
Long legs, and as you can see, very big feet. That it was probably quite a fast runner. Probably could maybe outrun us. A bit hard to tell, but maybe. It was a herbivore. We can tell this from its teeth, but also just the sorts of dinosaur it is, and closely related relatives we know are all herbivores.
So I don't think they have teeth from this specimen, but no doubt these animals, their teeth are characteristic of herbivores, or maybe omnivores. Maybe they're eating bugs. Maybe a dinosaur like this would eat little mammals and stuff too, if given the chance. Everybody was eating mammals if given the chance. Sauropods were probably gulping down mammals left and right, if only by mistake, during the Mesozoic. But yeah, in fact, here. Where's that? Here we go. Glad I found that so fast. Let me find a larger one. And Google search doesn't work out. Oh, I've been here before. I've already embiggened the page. But here's an Apatosaurus rearing up on its hind legs. Get to these conifer needles up there, and here's some little mammal-y guys. I don't know if they're true mammals or mammaliforms. But, classic Greg Paul illustration. Watch out, guys. He might chomp you down. Wouldn't even think twice about it. Wouldn't even notice, potentially. I wouldn't be shocked if these guys were also eating little mammals, eating our ancestors. Even if by mistake, sometimes. But yeah.
It's a bit hard to tell.
And Captain Meowdy, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing.
Oh, but maybe. It was a herbivore. We can tell this from its teeth, but also just the sorts of dinosaur it is, and closely related relatives we know are all herbivorous. We know that it was living on floodplains and alongside river systems at the feet of things like Diplodocus and Stegosaurus 150 million years ago. At that time, of course, flowering plants hadn't evolved. There was no grass, so it would have been eating things like ferns and cycads. There are a number of features on the femur, the upper limb bone, that relate to muscle attachments. These are the big muscles that would have kind of driven locomotion. And they are differently proportioned, differently sized, and differently shaped from some closely related dinosaurs. So they would have had some sort of functional implications for the way the animal moved. We haven't really nailed down exactly what that is. But at this point, we're just looking at what the species is, and the shapes of those processes tell us that it was different. Not all of the bones are real in Enigma cursor. It came to us already mounted. So one of the things that we first had to do was to sort of figure out what was real and what wasn't.
Cool,
and of course, when it was sold to us, we had information from the people who dug it up about what they'd actually found. But we wanted to check that actually it's so well reconstructed, it was quite difficult. So one of the things we had to do was we actually X-rayed it. Normally we CT scan fossils, but we couldn't CT scan this one because there are actually some magnets embedded in some parts of it, and that would have broken our CT scanner. So we actually we X-rayed it. And
it's like how you're not supposed to get an MRI scan if you happen to have, like a pacemaker or any metal parts in your body. Like, it'll just rip them out of you. You don't want to CT scan something like this if there's, I don't know if a CT scanner would actually rip the metal parts out, but I think if they're magnets in particular, I think that would mess up a CT scanner.
And that allowed us really clearly to see which bits of the fossil were real and which bits weren't. And what we have actually is the skull is not real. We've only got 3 teeth. That's the only part of the head that we've got.
Oh,
most of the neck vertebrae are not real, but we have some at the bottom of the neck. The back is mostly real. The tail, about the first maybe a third of it is real, and then the end of the tail is not real. But what we do have are virtually complete limbs. And actually, that's
cool
really
name, Plonky,
fortunate because it's the hind limbs and the hips that really allow us to distinguish this dinosaur from other closely related ones. So the group of rocks that this dinosaur is from is called the Morrison Formation, and these are extremely well known.
I love that they put together a video for this.
You know, where all of your most
good stuff,
favorite dinosaurs from when you were 7.
I only wish that like more paleontologists would do this. They would have access to the kinds of resources that you need for crafting a video like this. Oh, hello, sweetie pie. You knocked over my meter stick. How are you doing? Long time no see, sweetie pie. Long time no see. Are you excited about this new Neornithischian dinosaur, Enigma Cursor? What do you think? He's like, man, I want some treats. That's what I want. And I want to push the camera around a little bit. Is that what you want? Is that what you're after? Yeah. As long as she can chase it. I think it might chase her. Mayor Space Sweetie Pie is, she's not the bravest cat around. She's very sweet. She's also very scared of creatures like, children. Sweetie Pie is terrified of kids. Aren't you? Yuck, you're so scared of kids. Yet you are. Yet you are. You're so scared of them. Yes. You have a phobia about children, don't you? Yeah. You're so scared. You're so scared. Same here, says Awkward Cyborg. Going. Pushing the camera around. RB14 says my buddy's cat got bullied by blue jays. I mean, fair. Usually birds are on they draw the short end of the stick. When it comes to interactions with cats. So, yeah. You're loving this attention, huh? Yeah. Yeah. Alright, you want some treats? Is that what you're after? Let's get you some treats, huh? Oh, look at these. My goodness. Let's get some of that fur off. There we go. Look at all those. Look at that. Wow, a whole feast. Stuff. Good stuff. What do you think? You like that? Anywho, for those of you who might be newer to the streams, especially office streams, this is Sweetie Pie. She's one of my landlords here. She lived here before I moved in, and I gotta make sure that I keep her happy like any landlord. So that's, I was kind of surprised that she didn't show up on stream yesterday. She's usually here right when I start off the broadcast, but yeah. She'll be back now. She's like, yeah, oh, I remember this now. If I show up on camera, I get treats. You do. You do. let's get back to Enigma Cursor and Susie Maidbon here.
Which this dinosaur from other closely related ones. So the group of rocks that this dinosaur is from is called the Morrison Formation, and these are extremely well-known deposits that you know, where all of your most favourite dinosaurs from when you were 7 lived. So Stegosaurus, Brachiosaurus, Allosaurus, Brontosaurus, Camarasaurus, all of those really famous dinosaurs are from
and excuse me,
these rocks. There's been
we're missing the king of all dinosaurs here, the most famous, most beloved, most awe-inspiring dinosaur from the Morrison Formation. Excuse me. Only the most truly regal, formidable, famous dinosaur of all, Dryosaurus. Everyone loves Dryosaurus. Everyone loves Dryosaurus. Dryosaurus. Anyhow. The Dryosaurus? I know, right? Regadactylus Dryosaurus altus. In the flesh. Or in the bones? This actually was my favorite dinosaur when I was like 11 years old. Dryosaurus. Oh, I really like this skeleton here. Anyway. Yeah. And was that Brendan Fraser? No, Link for real. It's Dryosaurus. What are you talking about? Everybody loves Dryosaurus. How can you forget Dryosaurus? Dryosaurus. Anywho. Very clearly a dinosaur-y dinosaur. It is the most dinosaur of dinosaurs, Dr. Irrefutable. Yeah, anywho.
When you were 7 lived. So, you know, Morrison Formation, and these are extremely well-known deposits that, you know, where all of your most favourite dinosaurs from when you were 7 lived. So Stegosaurus, Brachiosaurus, Allosaurus, Brontosaurus, Camarasaurus, all of those really famous dinosaurs.
So whoever typed out these, it's C for Camarasaurus, not K. But,
are from.
And Dire Beast Rex says, I love that she said Camarasaurus before she said T-Rex. T-Rex is not from the Morrison Formation. T-Rex is from the Hell Creek and Lance Formation and maybe the Scallard too? Whatever the Canadian formation is. But anyway, yeah, Tyrannosaurus is from the latest Cretaceous. These are all from the latest Jurassic.
These rocks. Yeah. There's been a really long history of trophy hunting in the Morrison Formation, so you can imagine that people are very keen to go after the very famous, the impressive dinosaurs, the long neck, long tail ones, or the ones with the big pointy teeth. So, you know, to some extent, people have overlooked these little dinosaurs, and of course, actually, their fossils just don't preserve as well because they're much smaller. So we just need to go back and look really hard and, you know, check what we thought we knew to see whether we can find some more of them. One of the things that we did with this is we put it into an...
Anyone want anything from In-N-Out? Yeah, Ungoy, can you get me 2 grilled cheeses with grilled onions? No joke, I'm actually really excited to go to In-N-Out Burger, hopefully on Tuesday, on my way out to the field. I think they've got some In-N-Out Burger locations in Salt Lake City. They do, actually. So, yeah.
an evolutionary tree of these sorts of dinosaurs. And actually, this is a very early stage in the evolution of dinosaurs that went on to become things like the duck-billed hadrosaurs or the horned and frilled ceratopsians. And if we want to understand, how that diversity of dinosaurs was established, then we need to go right back to the beginning. And this is, one of the very, very earliest members of that group. So what it allows us to do is start to understand, the very, very early stages in the evolution of a whole diversity of dinosaurs.
Yeah, there we go. Good stuff. So that's Susie Maidmont there. Give that a thumbs up. She's one of the dinosaur curators, if I remember correctly, at the Natural History Museum in London. Yeah, and here it is in...
Next, a new species of dinosaur has been discovered. Meet Enigma cursor Morley Borthwick A. Catchy name. It's a new species of dinosaur that lived around 150 million years ago. It's around the size of a dog, and its skeleton is the first to go on display at London's Natural History Museum in more than 10 years. The fossilized remains are the most complete of any in the world for early small dinosaurs.
Okay, nice. And then we've got this from Euronews. Dinosaur species have been unveiled at London's Natural History Museum. So again, the skull here is all reconstructed, so this is either I guess it's a sculpt, but it's probably based on, I don't know what it would be based on. Maybe Nanosaurus, but I don't think we even have a good skull for that. Yeah. Well, again, weird bend to the anterior dorsals there. Otherwise, it's pretty nice looking now.
We've called it Enigma cursor. Enigma means puzzle, of course, and this is in reference to this sort of complicated naming history of these sorts of dinosaurs. There's been up to 8 or 9 different names given to these fragmentary, tantalizing remains, and we couldn't figure it out until we found this nice, more complete skeleton. So that's the Enigma part. Now, cursor means runner, so this is in reference to the dinosaurs' very long hind limbs and very big feet.
Altogether, we're naming about 1 new dinosaur per week around the world.
Yeah.
So about 50 to 60 new dinosaurs get a name each year. So
this, I've got a paper that I need to write about this, because I presented on this at SVP last year. On average, I think it's 38 new dinosaurs per year over the past decade. 50 to 60 is a little high.
A week around the world.
Yeah, let's look at that again. Where was it? Let's see. There we go. About once every 9 days. 1 new taxon per 9.58 days. 38.1 new taxa per year on average. 38.1. So yeah.
So about 50
hind limbs and very big feet.
Altogether, we're naming about 1 new dinosaur per week around the world. So about 50 to 60 new dinosaurs get a name each year. So it's not super rare to name a new dinosaur, but it's always exciting to be involved in a new discovery.
Nice. Very cool. It's really neat to see media coverage of this, to see them reach out to local media, produce these videos. I'm all for that. That's really cool. And I wish that each of the different dinosaurs that we were covering today had that, but not all of them do. So far we have covered Jing Chuanlong, Paletta, Enigma Cursor. We've still got Astigmasaura, and Conculu to do. So let's cover a Stigmasaura, shall we? Here we go, and this has been published, right? And shoot, this just popped up right now too. Let's do a Stigmasaura first real quick. Stigmasaura. New species of sauropod dinosaur with bowed legs and exceptionally preserved fossils discovered in Nican. This is a province in Argentina. So the bowed legs, I wonder if that's in reference to how titanosaur sauropods, they often have kind of a curve to their femora. Kind of bow outward like that. I wonder if that's in reference to that. Diatoms Attack says Stigmasaura needed glasses. We'll see. Notice that it's Saura and not Saurus. Saura is the feminine suffix. Saurus is either masculine or gender neutral. But Saura is explicitly female. I wonder if it's named after somebody female. So researchers from CONICET and national institutions found in the north of the province of Nican the fossil remains of a new species of sauropod dinosaur. It's a Rebachisaurid, okay. Not a titanosaur. A Stigmasaura genuflexa. Is this like a Catholic thing? About 18 meters in length and weighing about over 10 tons, long neck and tail. Discovery was made in 2017 following an accidental report of oil workers at the Gasnock YPF El Orejano field within the lower levels of the Huincul Formation. As reconstructed by paleontologists, the remains were transported by a low-energy river that got stranded on a sandy bar. A sudden flood allowed for the partial preservation of the skeleton, especially the rear part. The team was led by Flavio Beardiri, postdoctoral fellow at CONICET. The recovery of the material required manual tools and heavy machinery to extract the 8 large plaster jackets protecting the bones. Stigmasaura becomes the first Rebachisaurid species to move both hind limbs, hips, and part of the tail perfectly preserved. This allowed for the first reconstruction of the posterior anatomy of these sauropods. Very cool. The genus name, Stigmasaura, comes from the Latin A without and stigma marks, alluding to El Orejano, a popular expression referring to an animal without signs of ownership. Interesting. The epithet genuflexa refers to the position in which the specimen was found, with both hind legs bent as if kneeling. Ha. Why is it feminine, though? I wonder. Stigmasaura. Well, here's the Wikipedia article. Here's a link to that popular press piece right there. Here's a life restoration of what the animal may have looked like. And unfortunately, it's in the journal Cretaceous Research, so we'll be able to look at the actual paper. I don't think it is paywalled, but that's okay. Side by side with Titans, a new Rebachisaurid dinosaur from the Huincul Formation, Patagonia, Argentina. Nice. And Mattia Baiano is one of the authors. I've worked with Mattia in the field back in 2011. We helped dig up the Yoshi's Trike site together. Mattia's from Italy originally, but I wonder if he's moved to Argentina. I bet you he has. Yeah, because he's been publishing a lot with the Argentines. Alright, what find out about the etymology here. The generic name is derived from El Orejano, a locality in North Patagonia from which the new taxon was found. We're not going to get the whole thing. Oh well. It might be in the Wikipedia article. There we go. Okay. Astigmasaura combines the compound Latin word astigma, meaning without signs, and sora, the feminine declension of the ancient Greek sauros, meaning lizard. I still don't know why it's feminine, but that's interesting. Very cool. So we can add that to the list of feminine dinosaur names. Astigmasaura, Lialinosaura, Maiasaura, the most famous of all. Bonitasaura. There's a bunch nowadays, which is cool. Yeah. And send it over mail. Oh, thank you, Starman. I appreciate that. Yeah. And let me open up yeah, no worries if you don't have access to the Journal of Cretaceous Research. It is an obscure journal. I published in it before. I didn't choose the journal. I was a co-author on that paper, but it's kind of annoying that I was trying for years to get a copy of it properly formatted, and I just couldn't. And I even emailed the editors there, and they're like, nope, sorry. Like, I'm an author on the paper. Can I please have the PDF for my own paper? And they're like, no. But yeah. Yeah. You can interlibrary loan it easily, says Diatomus Attack. I have that paper now. But yeah. One of these days I'll get proper journal access through my local university, but that's something it can take, literally, it can take years to get that. But anyhow, in the meantime, let's take a look at illustrations of this critter. Stigmasaura. There we go. So yeah, Rebecchisaur, not the biggest of the sauropods, certainly not. Shorter neck. So dinosaurs like Nigersaurus, that maybe you're familiar with the vacuum cleaner mouth on it. That's another Rebecchisaur, if memory serves. So probably a different lifestyle than some of the Titanosaurs. They're eating different things. Yeah. Let's see if we can find videos associated with it. Given that it is from South America, sometimes South American paleontologists have been really good about doing videos to accompany their press releases. Let's see if we got one for this. We don't. Oh. Here, let's get English subtitles here. Excellent.
Bueno, contanos, estaban, es una especie de lugar de yacimiento donde normalmente hay una búsqueda, era una búsqueda, fue un encuentro fortuito. Contanos cómo fue la situación.
Chance to tell us how the situation was? Well, in this locality, we have been working since 2010. This particularly, the particular remains of this critter, Astigmasaura, appeared in 20... No, this is Bajadasaurus. Okay, that's what it's trying to translate here. Okay.
Aproximadamente unos 20 días en el campo recorriendo los afloramientos rocosos.
Well, this is from 6 years ago. This is Bajadasaurus, sorry. Wrong critter, but look, he might even be one of the authors on this paper. Thank you, Starmy, for sending this. Terms of service. Download. Neat, so I guess this was too large to send just as an attachment. So thank you for doing that, Starmy. Quick on the draw. I appreciate that. Here is the paper. Yeah. So here we go. And I can see why they call it genuflectus or whatever. The knee is bent like that. It's a fun name. Yeah. Finally, for Brachiosaur, we've got the animal's butt, or at least part of it. The hind legs and basically part of the tail. Who is that they have for scale there? Is that Elvis Presley? For scale? Interesting. Demon Prince.
I call myself an expert in dinosaur studies.
Thank you for the 6 months of support. Thank you for the Prime there. I really appreciate it.
Prime abos don't continue.
Thank you.
But when you
Demon
find
Prince.
something like this,
Appreciate you.
it may be something that's never been seen.
Gidget TV, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you. Yeah. Carly's Reagan says Elvis looks like it. He does, doesn't he?
I didn't know what dinosaurs was all about until these boys come.
Varmint57, thank you for the 55 months of
Hello,
support.
all.
Holy cow, that's a long time. I appreciate you, Varmint. Holy moly. Good stuff. And I appreciate that, Starman. Hopefully I'll have library access one of these days, but holy cow, Spartan, thank you for those 20 gift subs.
So Spartan
Brilliant.
0 just gifted 20
Really
subs.
appreciate that.
It's the last time I'll play with a dinosaur.
Thank you, Spartan. Holy moly. There's 20 lucky viewers who won't have to watch a single ad on this channel for my entire time that I'm out at Don'tlings Bowl in Utah. Again, we'll be out there starting next Wednesday, streaming next Wednesday, and hopefully streaming every day from the field until I come back like August 10th. So, yeah, Sweetie Pie is pretty happy about that too. Aren't you, Sweetie? Yeah. Aww. Thank you so much, Spartan. I really appreciate your generosity there. That is excellent. And Reaganation, holy cow.
Reaganation is overloading
10
the
gift subs
system
there.
with 10
And look at
gift
this
subs.
very happy Tinamou bird. Look, Sweetie Pie. Look at that. You love birds, don't you? Yeah. It's so happy. Uh-oh. Little too excited. Oh, shoot. I really appreciate that, Reaganation. Thank you. Holy moly. We're now almost halfway to our goal. We've only got one more stream after today to try and reach that goal, so I appreciate that very much. That's lovely. Yeah. What are you doing? You want more treats? I got cat hair all over my face now. Oh, Sweetie Pie. Aaron, you need to get brushed. You need some brushing too. Mini Pie got brushed. You've not been brushed at all, probably in the past month.
Here's some objects, gorgeous gargantuans and authentic.
And thank you, Off-World
Because though
O.
they died out so long ago,
The
their
17
fossil
months of
bones
support.
remain,
Oh my God.
so we know just what they were like and can even
Appreciate that,
sculpt them
Off-World O.
into still, or rather extinct, life.
I will keep digging. Thanks in part to your support. I appreciate that very much. There we go. Did they give you all the cuddles when you got back? Not quite yet, Casey Snowart. Mini Pie and Moon Pie kind of did. Not so much Sweetie Pie. You're not mad at me, are you, sweetie? No. I think it's that Ios and Lordy were also gone for a week. For the past week. And so they came home at the same time. And honestly, the cats were more excited to see them than they were to see me. But when I come back from Utah, I'm gonna be the exciting new thing in the house, huh? Because they'll be here pretty much the whole time, and I will not be. So you're gonna be very excited to see me, huh? Yeah, I think so. What do you think? What's over there? What do you see? What was that? Something in the cat hole over there? What? And Reaganation, shoot, what is this? Keep on Fossilin. Thank you. Reaganation for your support. I really appreciate that. Holy cow. Thank you kindly. It's very generous of you. Good stuff. Look at all this excess fur. Look at all this. Look at that. That's from you. That's from you. It's part of your body. Well, it was until you shed it. Extra hair. My goodness. Nobody's been brushing. Nobody's been brushing. This is ridiculous. So much hair. So much. Who knew a cat could have so much hair, you know? It's just everywhere now. Over my face. Nose. Anywho, let's take a look at this picture. Paper. There we go. I do think that is Elvis right there that they used as a scale for this, which is pretty cool. Yeah, they've got some decent elements from the skeleton here. That's pretty neat.
Hello. The creature
and
we
Geo
will be
Jim
examining is a paleontologist.
Welcome, Geo Jim, back to Paleontologizing. How was your stream? Geo Jim does geology here on Twitch, and so if you're interested in earth science, you should go give him a follow. Thank you, Geo Jim, for rating in. I appreciate it. What kind of geological topics are you discussing today? I hope you had fun. I hope you had a good stream. It's good to have you. Yeah, I'm being overseen by one of my landlords right now. So, and we're going over 5 different dinosaurs that were just published in the past month and a half while I was in Wyoming doing fieldwork. So, different new dinosaurs that we weren't able to cover because I was gone. We're covering them now, including a Stigmosauria, who is a nifty Rhabachysaurid sauropod dinosaur from the late Cretaceous of Argentina. Stigmosauria. Pretty cool critter. So here's the original descriptive paper. Just going over that real quick. Look at all of these lovely caudal vertebrae, tail vertebrae, all preserved in articulation. So this part of the tail was preserved intact like that. Nice. What are you doing, sweetie pie? What are you doing? Oh. You want more brushing? Is that what you're requesting? Bit too long, huh? that face there. Oh, where are you going? Just gonna push the camera around. What are you doing? What are you doing? Huh? Oh. You miss me? Did you miss me while I was gone? I think you did. Yeah. Very chaotic kitten. Nice songwriting there. Excellent. Yeah. You did miss me, didn't you? Didn't you? Huh. Yeah. Yeah, I think so. What's going on over there? Huh? What is it? So much fur. So much. So much. Anyway, we gotta continue with our new dinosaur here. There we go. So we've got some pelvic elements here. Little limb bone. There's a femur. Nice. Ooh, and this is a little disconcerting. I wonder if they accidentally dug through part of the femur here. Ugh. Odd that it would be missing this part, but maybe it was broken post-mortem. I don't know. Yeah. Anywho, good stuff. So I guess welcome to the world, Astigmasaura. I like that they're reconstructing the musculature here too of the tail. Look at how thick this is. So muscles going down there from the tip of the ischium all the way to the top of those transverse processes on the caudal vertebrae. Big, big, big caudofemoralis muscles here. Yeah, then a thick animal. Pretty cool. Again, welcome to the world, Astigmasaura. Good stuff. Thank you again, Starmie, for sending that paper over. And so last, but possibly not least... Hey, don't eat the fur. Don't eat your fur on the ground. Once you off your hair balls and stuff. It's not for eating. I'm gonna go throw this away. Okay, sorry about that. Konkulu is our last dinosaur to go over here. Unless we want to do that Mamenchisaur too, but we might pass on that for today. New species of Tyrannosauroid dinosaur discovered in Mongolia. Scientifically named Konkulu mongoliensis, the newly identified Tyrannosauroid species is the closest known ancestor to Tyrannosaurus rex. Interesting. I wonder about that. Well, we'll see. Concolou roamed our planet during the Cretaceous some 86 million years ago. Interesting. I wonder if it's from the Namek or if it's from the Berengoyet, or what formation would that be? 86 seems pretty old. Yeah. So they're claiming here that it's the direct ancestor of Tyrannosaurus. It was about the size of a horse, making it 2 to 3 times smaller than its massive descendants. Is it mature, though? We don't want another Raptor Rex situation here. Is this animal actually small because it's small, or is it small because it's young? It had tiny rudimentary horns that would evolve to be even more noticeable in species like Albertosaurus or Gorgosaurus. It had a long, shallow skull. It shows that Concolou mongoliensis didn't have the ability to crunch through bone like Tyrannosaurus rex. Again, having a long, low snout is a juvenile characteristic in a lot of these Tyrannosaurs. Concolou mongoliensis provides us the window into the ascent stage of Tyrannosaur evolution, right when they're transitioning from small predators to their apex predator forms, said Dr. Jared Boris, paleontologist at the University of Calgary. Partial skeletons of 2 Concolou mongoliensis individuals were found in the Bayan Shari Formation in southeastern Mongolia in 1972 and 73. So were these ones that were excavated during the Polish-Mongolian expeditions in the 70s? The team's phylogenetic analyses of the specimen suggest that the new species is an intermediate relative of the dinosaur group Eutyrannosauria, and a close ancestor is such an awkward phrase, to the massive deep-snouted Tyrannosaurini and smaller shallow-snouted Alloraemini clades. Our study provides solid evidence that large Tyrannosaurs first evolved in North America as a result of this immigration event from Asia. This result shows the movement of Tyrannosaurs back and forth between Asia and North America was less frequent and less sporadic than previously known. I really want to look at this paper. It's in Nature, and it is, unfortunately, paywalled.
Access denied.
Great. Here's a link. There you go, Starmy. Yeah, appreciate it. Yeah. Interesting. Did they do histo here? If they didn't cut the bones open to actually look at the growth rings inside, if their only indication of ontogenetic stage is something like vertebral fusion, which we know doesn't really work, then I'm gonna be pretty skeptical of the paper's conclusions. But we'll see. We'll see. Mid-start to juvenile. That could be the case. So here's the thing about Tyrannosaurs is that as they grow and mature, their skulls become more robust, taller. We've got juvenile specimens of Tyrannosaurs that show that they've got kind of long, low, like dorsoventrally compressed snouts. And then as they go through this growth curve, as they start putting on more and more weight and they get more and more robust, their skulls also change shape. And so if they've got a specimen like this, and they're saying, oh, well, clearly it's a small species of Tyrannosaur with a long, low skull. Is it really, or is it just a juvenile? We've talked about this sort of thing a million times on this channel before. Thank you, Starmie, for sending this. This is excellent. I really appreciate it. Here we go. This is in the journal Nature, which is a huge, high-profile journal. If you get a paper in Nature or in Science, the two, like, super high-impact journals in paleontology, then that's a real feather in your cap as a paleontologist. That's the sort of thing that can get you a job. Like, that can secure the future of your career. But Nature and Science are both kind of notorious for publishing things that probably should have undergone more scrutiny. Infamously, Science published Raptor Rex, which turned out to be a... shall we say, not what the authors claimed it to be. So let's take a look at this. See if they did any histo. Yeah. So 1972 to 73, 2 partial Tyrannosauroid skeletons recovered were assigned by Mongolian paleontologist Antjerel Pearl to Electrosaurus olseni, an enigmatic and poorly represented Tyrannosauroid species previously described from the Iran-Dabasu Formation of China. Here's what they have of the skeleton. They've got a partial skull, scap coracoid, femur, part of an ilium, ischium. Looks like maybe the end of the tail. They do have the end of the tail.
Some of these strange beasts were protected by
Amish Andy,
plates of bony
thank you for
armor.
the 37 months. Thank you for the prime there, Amish Andy. Good stuff.
Can't forget to do this.
Appreciate it, Amish Andy. Thank you for your support. And Crimson Carnotaurus says, was Raptor Rex a juvenile of a Tyrannosaur we already know? It's pretty well accepted at this point that it's a juvenile Tarbosaurus. But yeah. Yeah. So, Concoloo. Shoot, it's got a crazy long hind limb? Again, that's a characteristic of juveniles. Mini-Pie, I'm not sure about this. I'm really not sure about this. Oh, and Jim says just email publication. Thank you, Jim. Shoot. Appreciate that. Oh, thank you, Jim. I already got it, but, oh. But this is relevant. Thank you, Jim. Let's download that so that I can show it off. Here we go. Ontogenetic changes in endocranial anatomy in Gorgosaurus libratus provide insight into the evolution of Tyrannosaurid endocranium. 2 of the same authors, at least, on this. Darla Zelenitsky and Jared Voris. I don't think I actually got to see this before I left for the field. Despite considerable changes in skull architecture, relatively few ontogenetic changes occurred in the endocranium of Gorgosaurus. Interesting. Huh. Okay. Let's look at the new paper here. Like a lot of Nature papers, this is pretty darn short. But, did they do histo? Because again, if you don't do histo on a specimen and you're claiming that it's mature, I would call that unsupported. Okay, so they did not do histological analysis, it seems. The only time that the word histology appears is in the references. So, oh goodness, Mini Pie. Don't mess up my camera, please. What are you doing? She's like, you've been streaming too long. Alright, I'm gonna try and wrap it up before too long, Mini Pie. Before too long, okay? But here, I need to get to my keyboard. Sorry. What you doing? You're wreaking havoc, Mini Pie. Shoot. Yeah. What are you doing? Here, watch out, because I really need the keyboard here, Mini Pie. I'm sorry. Hang on. Wait, no, don't touch that, Mini Pie. But shoot. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. No, you didn't actually mess anything up. I'm trying to frame you. You didn't do anything. I got you, chat. Anyway. Your tail is all wet. Did you stick your tail in my water? Why are you doing that? I know you want attention, but I really need to talk about this paper, Mini Pie. I'm sorry. Yeah. Hey, watch out. Watch out. So are they claiming that... Here. Alright, so why are they claiming that this is a mature individual? Osteological features indicate the specimen represent mature individuals. Supplementary information too. Okay. So we need to look at the sup info here, which data availability. Oh boy. That's like a crucial piece of this paper, and they just kind of shoved it in the sup info? I don't know. I'm a little bit suspicious of that. Hopefully we can get the sup info from webpage here. References, acknowledgements, author information, peer review, supplementary information. Here we go. Ontogenetic assessment. Oh boy, this is going to be a Word document? Oh goodness, okay. Why is this formatted like this? Oh boy, ooh. Alright, maturity of specimens. Due to concerns over destructive sampling, bone histology could not be used to assess the skeletal maturity of these specimens. So why are you claiming that they're mature then? If you can't demonstrate that, then why are you claiming that? I don't understand this. Several osteological features indicate that both specimens are mature individuals. They better not say vertebral fusion. Rugose ornaments suggest that the individual had reached sexual maturity. When has that been demonstrated? I don't know. So, because it's got bumps and it's mature, I don't buy that. Sorry. That's it? And they couldn't have put that in the goodness. I'm not an expert on tyrannosaurs. I've never really published on tyrannosaurs, at least not yet. But man, just from what I've seen so far, the thing looks like a juvenile. It screams juvenile, just based on kind of the gross morphology. I don't know. I don't know. And Deathsaurus. Here, hang on, sorry. So it's a juvenile, but of what? I'm drawing a blank on Tyrannosauroids. I mean, juvenile Tyrannosauroid. That's the thing, is it doesn't necessarily have to be a juvenile of a previously named taxon in order to screw up your phylogeny, you know? If you're taking juvenile characteristics and you're coding them into a phylogeny, your thing is going to come out as way more primitive, and it's going to totally mess up the whole topology of your tree. This is a really well-known issue, but it seems like dinosaur paleontologists just kind of continue to fall for this again and again and again. I don't know. Yeah. But yeah. Alright, I'll see you in a bit, Mini Pie. This is from the Bayan-Shari Formation. Just got so many different spellings. There we go. So this might be our best place to get a fauna list. Tyrannosauroids. So this is the first Tyrannosauroid described from this formation. But, I mean, here. So its skeleton demonstrates a unique combination of anatomical traits seen in both earlier diverging basal Tyrannosauroids and late diverging derived Tyrannosauroids. How many different times over the years have we seen this kind of phrasing in a paper, and then it turns out, oh, it's a juvenile. That's why it has a weird mixture of basal and derived traits. Yeah. I don't know. Jim says, if it's an immature Electrosaurus from correlative beds at Erendebasu, it changed nothing in their conclusions based on their phylogenetics. I guess, but it does change the phylogenetics, though. Like, I don't know. I remember talking about this with Liz Friedman years and years and years ago. It's like, if you've got a juvenile animal and with juvenile traits, and then you code it into your phylogeny, it's gonna mess things up, and it's gonna... I don't know. Jim says, look at the figure. Yeah, I think I know what you're talking about. So yeah, comes out next to Electrosaurus, which... I'm honestly kind of surprised by that. Oftentimes when you get a juvenile that you're describing as, like, you're coding as mature, it'll show up way primitive in the phylogeny, but here it's showing up right next to Electrosaurus. So yeah, I guess it doesn't actually make that much of a difference, but it's a major pet peeve of mine, like not doing histological sampling on something and then using really unreliable means of determining ontogenetic states. Things like vertebral fusion, things like, I guess in this case, rugosity on some of the cranial elements. Yeah, I don't know. It's just a pet peeve of mine. Yeah. But I guess it doesn't really change that much in the long run. But but still, I wonder. And this is the paper that claims Asia Tyrannus is a juvenile. Is it really, Dr. Terra? I haven't actually seen that yet. No, I don't think it is. JQPRR, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Good to have you here. Now, Asia Tyrannus, as long as the character search is finding all of instances of it, there's only one instance right here. Oh, no, hang on. No, it's right here. 10 previously established Tyrannosaurid taxa, I didn't realize this is what it was saying, were considered problematic and thus excluded from our analysis, including Jinbasaurus, Nanotyrannus, Raptorex, Asia Tyrannus, Avia Tyrannus, Daspletosaurus wilsoni, Tyrannosaurus macraensis, Labocania, and Dynamoterror. Interesting. So it's saying that it's problematic, not necessarily that it's juvenile. But yeah. Anyway, I'm sure if I were to like sit down and talk with these authors, I would understand where they're coming from a bit better. And I haven't actually read the paper yet, but I don't know. I'm probably being too harsh about this. Yeah. And Dr. Terra, isn't Raptor X more valid? No. If anything, far less. It's not from where the author said it was. So the time is wrong. It's clearly a juvenile when they said it was mature. All of these other things that were, yeah. Raptor X is that thing should never have been published in the first place. Sorry. But yeah. Anywho. Yeah. And Crimson Carnotaurus says, are the community very hesitant to take such samples? More hesitant than I would like, sure. So, here's the thing. There's only really one reliable method of determining how old a dinosaur was when it died, how mature it was, and that's by doing histology. And Holly Woodward is, frankly, one of the best people in the world at doing this kind of thing. Here she is here kind of explaining this process.
Easier over the years, and I'm so glad to say that, but I actually have some props because I was...
Oh, here we go.
So a little bit earlier, you talked about these growth rings that are kind of like tree rings, and it was Kim on YouTube was really interested in this and wanted to know more about how you estimate the age of a dinosaur using histology.
Yep, that's a great question. Everything that we do with histology and pretty much everything we do to understand how dinosaurs lived, we have to ground in the world around us. So we look at animals that are living today and observe them to make inferences about what was happening in the past. So
this is one of the underlying ideas behind paleontology is that in many ways the present is the key to the past. If you're going to test things systematically, if you're going to actually do science, you need to find ways to test your methodologies. You got to make sure that the methods that you're using actually work. And so if we're trying to figure out how old a given dinosaur was when it died, that's really, really tricky unless you can do things like histology, which we know works from a modern context. You can cut open the bones of recently dead animals and look at the growth rings inside under a microscope, and you can compare that to what you know about how long the animal actually lived, because you might actually know exactly when it was born, if it was an animal raised in captivity. So you can use that to test your method. You're actually grounding it in empirical reality, It's not speculative. That's as close as we can get to like a cut and dry method in paleontology, basically.
So in order to understand what in the world these rings actually mean, we have to go and look at the histology of modern animals and figure out what those rings are telling us in modern animals. And so this is what scientists have done. They've actually tracked the rings and when they're actually formed in the
and welcome
bone.
back, Dinosaur Day.
And they correspond to an annual occurrence. So every year,
we haven't talked about the
animals will
gut contents
pause
yet.
their growth
maybe
for some
on
amount
Monday.
of time. It leaves a ring in the bone, and then they resume growth until the next year. So because we know this is annual in modern animals, then we assume it was annual in dinosaurs as well. So we can count those rings and get an estimate of age at death.
Oh, that is so awesome. And I just want to remind people that you can continue to submit your great questions coming. So something that maybe you mentioned briefly, but you sort of talked about is, if I understand correctly, you're actually cutting into these precious dinosaur bones.
Yep.
So how do you convince
a
museum curator to do this?
As Jack Horner would say.
It's gotten actually easier over the years, and I'm so glad to say that. But I actually have some props because
awesome.
I was wondering if someone was going to be concerned that I was actually cutting a bone. So this is a Maiasaura, a duckbill dinosaur humerus. And so one of my graduate students is trying to figure out how the forearm of Maiasaura was growing. So he's done some histology on this. And the really cool thing is when you remove a piece of bone, you can make a mold and cast of that piece, which replicates the original in every way, every detail, and then you can reinsert that piece back into the bone. More recently, we have even more high-tech options like 3D scanning, which digitizes the specimen and the piece that you can take out, so you have a complete digital record of the bone. Some museums ask that we paint the cast and then reinsert it. So in this bone, this middle piece right here is the cast piece. So you can see how it looks really nice, just continuous. The only reason you could suspect it was a replica is just the two little cut lines there, but otherwise it fits back into the bone perfectly. So that's my first pitch for why you should let me do this. And the other reason is that we would have no idea about these dinosaurs, how old they were, sometimes if they were male or female, their growth rates, their growth curves, if we didn't look inside the bone. Yep. And I've been really lucky in getting to do this. Before I went to Australia, only one polar dinosaur from Australia had ever been histologically sectioned before. And I increased that sample to 12. So that doesn't sound like much, but for paleontology, that's a nice sample. Yeah. And then more recently, I've been looking at T-Rex. So I do have a prop here of, this is a slide of a juvenile T-Rex, the tibia.
So that's, I think, from the Jane specimen.
And it started out as a block. So I take the bone, I embed it in a plastic resin. And then I take a thin slice out of that resin. The resin is basically there to keep the bone from crumbling. Then you glue it to a glass slide, you polish it down, and then it's so thin that light can pass through. You can put it on the microscope, and the picture I have up on the monitor behind me is actually a piece of dinosaur bone.
So that's not been like photoshopped or anything. You use polarized light to shine through it, and you get that kind of magnificent coloration there. It's really cool.
So that's really the process, and I've been able to do it and all kinds of cool stuff, including, this is one of my favorites. This is a slice from a T-Rex femur. So I'm histologizing, I guess you could say, is that a new word? This big T-Rex femur, so that's so cool.
I think this might be the one from Dickinson, North Dakota. The one that we saw Denver and Liz cut open. I think that might be that same one.
I want to get back to T-Rex in a moment, but how do you even grind a slide that's that big?
So for something like this, I actually do have to cut it down into pieces, but I measure the thickness of each cut so that I know how much I'm taking away every time I make a cut, so that I can reconstruct this digitally, and I end up with like a 12 gigabyte file, but it's this T-Rex stitched back together. Sometimes my computers have a lot of trouble with that, but you have to do it.
My colleague, Carrie Levitt-Busion, who also works here, sympathizes with you about that exact problem.
Yep.
So anyway, this is a lot of work. Like, it's not always easy to do histology, but it's the only effective way of determining how old a dinosaur was at time of death. I really want to emphasize that. People like to take shortcuts. They want to take the easy way out and say, oh, well, it's, you know, this part of the skull is fused or unfused, so that means it's a juvenile or it's an adult or whatever. Usually people lean toward adult. But it doesn't work. Like, you look at modern crocodilians and they fuse and unfuse parts of their skull during ontogeny seemingly at random. You get depositional environment also plays a huge role in whether or not things are fused or unfused. Like, symphyses come apart, you know, parts of vertebrae will come apart in different depositional settings. It's not the reliable indicator that a lot of paleontologists seem to think that it is. So, sorry. I know I sound really strident about this, but like, it's something that people need to understand. And it's frustrating that, I don't know, you see papers go through review where they say, oh yeah, well, this thing's definitely mature because the hemolarches are fused on or whatever. No, that's not a reliable indicator of ontogenic state. Like, it's not a reliable indicator that that animal was mature when it died. You have to actually do the hard work of histologizing, as Holly was saying. You have to cut the bones open and do histo if you actually want to know how old the animal was when it died. Is it mature? Is it not? Because that's extraordinarily important for dinosaurs, because they change a lot throughout their ontogeny. Anyhow. Yeah. But yeah. And, the Phil and the Horns were those are Diabloceratops, Dinosaur Dave, yeah. Yeah, that's Diablo right there. We're going to be in the field with the discoverer and excavator of Diabloceratops, Don DeBlue, next week. See him on Wednesday. And Sweetie Pie, what are you doing? Blocking the camera again. What are you doing that for? Anyway, with that having been said, I've got a bunch of stuff I gotta do. I've got emails to respond to. I'm gonna try and get into one of my email addresses that's not working at the moment. I got a bunch of things to do. So, we got through all 5 of our new dinosaurs. Wasn't quite sure we'd do that, but we did it. So, anyway, without further ado, let's go ahead and wrap things up here and see whom we can raid into, who might be doing some science here on Twitch. So let's start up our wrap-up procedure here. There we go. Who else is on right now? Looks like we've got Astro Canuck is on. Astronomy and Lego chat. Astro Canuck. There we go. Yeah. Start up that raid. Thank you everybody for being here today. Thank you so much for your enthusiasm, for your questions, for your attention, for your kind words, for your viewership. From the quietest of lurkers to the most vociferous of chatters, to everybody who supports the channel financially. I almost said phylogenetically. That's how I need to end the stream. Everybody who's supported this channel financially through subscribing, gifting, cheering, everything else, I appreciate that more than you know. And moderators, thank you so much for doing what you do. Keeping this a safe and welcoming community for everybody. It's really important. Thank you, raiders, for coming in here too. new followers, everybody. I'll be streaming again on Monday. That'll be our last stream until I'm back out in Utah. I fly out Tuesday morning, and then hopefully we'll be streaming on Wednesday. But anyway, till Monday, everybody, you all take care of yourselves, and I'll see you around. All right. Bye-bye, everybody. Let's go see what Astro Canuck is up to.